Hey guys, welcome to my channel. I'm Kishan Sheth, and in this video, we are going to create this amazing e-commerce application with some slick animations and awesome UI with responsiveness. And we are using Next.js for developing this, and for backend, we are using OneEntry Headless CMS. So now let me give you the demo of this application and give you a detailed walkthrough, and let me tell you what awesome stacks we have used in the application. Okay, so before moving further, if you can just subscribe to the channel and like the video, it would be super helpful because I have given a lot of efforts to creating this project. And now let me give you a demo of it. So this is the home page. If I refresh the page, you can see that there are so many animations going on here. There are also skeletons and there are hover effects and everything. If I uh, scroll up and down, then the nav bar is also having some sort of animation. Then if I add the product, it is having a toast notification here with some animations as well, and it is denoting that the product is already in the cart. So if we head over to the cart, we also have some skeletons and animations here. So for animations we have used framer motion, and for front end we are using Next.js. And let me reload that again. And if we delete the product, then we also have the exit animations as well. So if I delete this now, let's log in. So all of this authentication and everything is managed by OneEntry, and I'm going to create a new account, and let me give me my name and email and password. And if I try to sign up, it was an error because there's a user with already this email address. So all of this error validation and everything is handled by OneEntry. So I'm going to create a new email, which is going to be kishanshet@gmail.com. Sign up, and that's done. Now we need to log in. Let's log in with that email address, password, sign in, and we are at our homepage with our user info here. Now we can head over to our profile, and we can see our profile details. So this is my name, the email, and the stats that I have, like the lifetime orders, lifetime spent, and this year's stats. So this is different for everyone. And we can also search for some product. So let me search for iPhone from here, or we can search for any of the products here. Let's search for iWatch. So let's search for watch, and we have this watch. And did you see that animation? That was animation using framer motion. And we can also have some filters, and you can see that we have animations here as well. And we can search the products from this product. So if I search for Ultra 2, then we have this watch here. And for example, I want a watch that has prices greater than $500. Then we have this watch, and you can also see that we have entry and exit animations. So this is all good. The framer motion is doing all of those animations. And if I search for some more products, like let's search for products which has A inside of it, then you can see that we have the skeletons here, and the products are loaded. And if I refresh the page, do you see that animations loading up? It was just filtering the products. And let's give some more filters. And I want to search for products that has I inside of it, and all of this product has I inside of it. And then the prices should be greater than 500 or $700. So it has filtered out this product. And from here we only need the smartphones, so watches are removed. So all of this filters are also working. Now if we click on any of this device, then we will be inside of the details page. So we have the animations and everything here as well. So this is the details. We can add this product to the cart, and we also have some related products here. So all of this is being powered by OneEntry. and we can select on this product, and you can see that other related products are here, and we can buy this product, and we had to add this product to the cart. So the product would be inside of our cart. We have 3 iPhones, and we can actually do a checkout from here. So let's do a checkout, proceed to checkout, and we will be redirected to Stripe. So this all payments is powered by Stripe, and the handling of payments and everything is also powered by OneEntry. So the process is super simple. So now let me create an order and pay this. This is just demo details, and let's pay for this order. And if the payment was successful, you can see that we are at here that order is successful. And if I head over to my orders from here, you'll able to see that my orders are here, and the order details are also here, and it's in processing state. So we can change this from OneEntry. So if I head over to OneEntry, head over to my orders, and head over to this orders, and I had this order with the iPhones. So I will change this to delivered. And if I refresh my page over here, then you can see the status as delivered. So all of this is handled by OneEntry. And one more thing, if I head over to my profile again, then we have this stats updated here. It's dynamic. And let me show you one more thing. Let's search for PlayStation, and I'm going to add this to cart. Let's head over to the cart, and let's proceed to checkout. And from here, if we cancel the payment, then you can see that we have this order cancelled. So all of this UI with animations are created with Fame Motion, and it's handled by OneEntry. Now, before moving further, let me show you the app in the responsive mode. So this is also responsive. So let me switch this to responsive mode, and you can see that the navbar is changed here, and the animations also work in the responsive mode. Do you see that here? Now we have the products here. Let's add this product to the cart. We have this toast notification, and let's search for a product. So let's search for products with I. We have the products here, and let's filter out the products. The filters also work in the responsive mode. You can see that. Let's add this product to the cart, and let's see the product details. This is the product details, and this is related products. And let's head over to our cart, and you can see that cart page is also responsive. Proceed to checkout, and this stripe is also responsive. If I cancel this, you can see that everything is working in responsive mode. Let's head over to our profile. This is my profile. Let's head over to our orders. These are our orders. Let me increase the size. So this is for the tablet devices. The cart page. Let's search for some products. Let's search for Apple. And you can see that the layout is changing according to the size. So this is completely responsive project. So that's it. Now let's talk about OneEntry and what features does it provide and why I choose to use OneEntry in this project. So I wanted to build an e-commerce application using Headless CMS, and I was researching for some companies which provides Headless CMS, and I came to know about OneEntry Headless CMS. And when I checked their product, I just fell in love with their product, with the intuitive interface and very simple to use interface. So the best thing about using OneEntry Headless CMS is instead of developing using the plugins and the backend code and everything, you just have to use their SDKs. So they provide multiple SDKs for different kind of front ends. They also have support for React Native, Kotlin, Swift, Angular, Next.js, Next, and Vue.js. So there are vast amount of options that you can use. And if I show you the interface of OneEntry, it's very simple. So this is my OneEntry interface. From here, you just have to create some pages and catalog from here, and you can just add and edit the product. So if I head over to my smartphones, I can just edit the products from here, and it's super simple. Then you can also see your orders from here. So these are my orders and value. You can even connect Stripe payment gateway in here. So I already have payments here, and you have to uh, connect your Stripe account to OneEntry, and you can have success URL and cancel URL and so many things that you can do with OneEntry. So now let's dive into this project, and let me tell you all of the features that OneEntry provides, and let's integrate it with our e-commerce application. The duration of this video is going to be very short. We are just going to focus on the UI stuff. The backend would be handled by OneEntry. So let's get started. Okay, so let's start with our app. So the prerequisites would be we are going to use Node.js. So you need to install Node.js. You can use the long-term support version of Node.js, which is 20.17.0. You can head over to nodejs.org and download Node.js for your system. Then we need Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code is a code editor. It's one of the best code editor. Then we are going to use Next.js, which is built on React. It's just a framework for React, and it's we are going to use it for front end. And we are also going to call the OneEntry Headless APIs using server actions of Next.js. So Next.js provides us the both the front end and the back end. Then we are going to use ShadCN library for the component library. It's also one of the best customizable component library, which is built on Tailwind CSS and Radix UI. So the setup of it is pretty easy, and using the components is pretty easy as well. I'm going to show you the process as well. Now we are going to use the headless CMS provided by OneEntry. It's very good, and it has so many features that are pretty useful. So we are going to use this. I'll tell you OneEntry later on to the video, and we are going to set up a project on OneEntry. Uh, just like this, I have set up this YouTube ecom project on OneEntry. So you need to create a new project, and you can create it for free using my promo code available in the description of the video. So now let's move forward. So let's set up with a new Next.js project. So for that, first make sure that you have installed Node.js, and if you want to follow along, you should also install Visual Studio Code. And for Next.js, head over to nextjs.org, head over to the docs, and from here we are going to head over to the installation. I'm going to copy this command, and let's head over to our terminal. I'm using warp terminal. It's a very good terminal if you want to use it. So I'm going to paste this application. So npx create next app at latest. Make sure that you have that. So you install the latest version of the Next.js. Then we are going to work on, let's say, OneEntry e-commerce app recording version. Yes, I need to install create next app. Yes, I would like to use TypeScript, ESLint as well. We are going to use Tailwind CSS. No, we are not going to use the source directory. We are just going to use the app directory. And yeah, we are going to use the app router. No, we don't want to customize our import alias. If you want something custom like @ e-commerce app and then import everything, then you can use that. But for our use case, I'm not going to use that. Then no, we don't need it. And this is the basic setup. Let's wait for this to get completed. It's just installing the dependencies and everything. So it's setting our application. Okay, it's done. Now let's cd into that directory, which is cd OneEntry e-commerce app recording, and I'm going to open my VS Code. You can open it using your VS Code, or you can just write code dot on your terminal. And I would also like to show you the warp, uh, warp.dev. I don't know, it's warp.dev. Yeah, it's warp.dev. So we are using this terminal. So you can just see their features. It's amazing code, not code editor, but a terminal. So I'm just going to use that in all of my videos. It's one of the best terminal with AI features and everything. Actually, we can just, I can show you warp AI. So this is warp AI. So the video is not sponsored by WAP, so I'm not going to tell more about that. You can explore it by yourself. Now let's open our VS Code by code dot, and our VS Code has been opened, and I'm going to close this, and now let me show you everything. So inside our app, we will have the page.tsx and layout.tsx. So the page.tsx is actual route of our application. So whenever anyone hits on our website, so the first page would be shown, would be this one, and layout would be the generalized layout for your website. More details on this later. So let's start our application by npm run dev, and this would start our application on port 3000, but it seems like 3000 is already in use by another application. Let me start port 3000 again, npm run dev, and yeah, it's working now. And let's open this URL, and yeah, this is our Next.js website. Done. Now, uh, our Next.js app setup is complete. Now I would like to set up ShadCN. So let's head over to ui.shadecn.com, head over to the docs, and inside the installation, we are going to select the Next.js variant. And I am going to copy this npm command, pasted. Yes, we would like to install ShadCN 2.0.8, and we are going to select the New York neutral, and yes, we are going to use CSS variables, and done. Now, to test if ShadCN is completely installed, I'm going to install a component. So why we are using ShadCN and why it is better than other libraries is, if we install any component from ShadCN. So basically ShadCN doesn't installs everything. We have to manually install each component whenever it is required. So the bundle size just decreases. And the best thing about is the code for that is completely open, and uh, here is the code. So this is the code, and whenever we use this command npx shadecn latest add and the name of our component, you can select any component from here, and whenever we install the component, it will install this Redux UI in the background, and it will style some default styles on this, and it will install this component inside components folder, components UI and button. So basically, it just installed this component with the file. So the file is inside our code base, not inside the node modules. So we would be able to customize the component entirely. So let me show you that. I'm going to install this button. Let's paste this here and enter. You're able to see that we'll be having this components directory. Inside of that, we have this button.tsx, and you can see that the entire code for button is here. If we want to add a different variant in here, we can just type it and it's Tailwind CSS, and that variant would work. So we don't need to mess with the source code. So let me show you that. I'm going to start my server again, and let's close this, and inside of page.tsx I'm going to remove everything and I'm going to create a new component, and I will write RFCE to create the component, and this is going to be page. And if you don't know how was I able to uh, use RFC, it's an extension. So I think it's an extension of ES7 snippets. Yeah, I've installed this one. ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. You can use this to uh, just use the snippets. So it also provides us with the TypeScript snippet as well. So it's very useful. And now let's use that button component inside of this. Make sure that you import component from UI button, not from Redux UI. And make sure that it is imported. Let's save it and let's head over to localhost 3000. I'm going to refresh the page, and here's the button, but we need to have some text inside of this button, and we will write hello. And you can see that we have this button with some default styles. And if I change the variant here, variant, and let's write destructive. So we have this red button. Now the cool thing is, let's head over to this component, and inside of this I'm going to add a new variant, which is going to be a custom variant. And for this I'm just going to copy this destructive, paste it, and instead of this let's give this a bg purple, and text of purple, let's give it a text pink, not purple. Let's be creative and let's use that variant inside of here. Let's use custom, and it's not working because we need to provide the numbers as well. So bg purple 500 and text pink of 500. Let's use that. And yeah, we have this button with purple background and pink text. I don't know if it's visible, and here it is. Yeah, so this is the button. Now, let's move forward. Okay, so now let's create the auth routes, and let's have our the auth components. So inside of this, I'm going to head over to the app, and first I'm just going to delete this fonts and favicon. I don't need that. Let's keep this favicon. Looks good. Let's delete the fonts, and inside of global.css, do we need to remove anything? No, not there. Inside of layout, yeah, I don't want this fonts. I'm just going to remove this fonts import and this class names as well from here. Let's remove this. We'll add the some class names afterwards. And what else? Let's actually add a class name here for our theming. So class name would be background gray of 900. Let's add that here, and we don't need this local font. And let's change this create next app to one entry e-commerce app. Let's try it. Created by Kishan Shade for YouTube. So this is our metadata. So what this will mean is, let me save this file, and if I head over to a browser and let me close this, and you can see that this title has been changed. And if I inspect and show you the head, and inside of head we will have a meta tag here. Let me find it. Yeah, we have this meta name description, which is created by Kishan Shade for YouTube. So this will be useful when the website is indexed and any web crawler searches for our website. So what happens is, whenever we search on Google, like we want e-commerce application. So this metadata would be crawled by web crawlers, and it will check if the description has e-commerce or anything like that, then it will index your website on Google search results. There are more things that would be used here, but this is the simple approach. So I'm just going to close this, and let's head over to the page.tsx. I'm going to remove this button from here, and we have this theme here, not theme but background color applied from layout. So layout is applied to each and every file, and so this is the root layout. And now inside the app I'm going to create the auth, and inside of app I'm also going to create e-commerce. So this is a feature like route groups. I'm not exactly sure what it is called. So inside of routing, we will have layouts and templates. I'm not sure. Just a minute. Yeah, it's route groups here. So what route groups is, for example, we'll have a page.tsx inside of this for the slash route, and we'll have and what we'll have inside of this, should we have, yeah, we'll have an auth route inside of this. So auth folder, and inside of that we'll have page.tsx. So whenever you want to create a new route in Next.js, like login or sign up of or anything, you need to have a folder named like that, and inside of that you need to have a folder like that. So what I'm going to write here is rfc, and this is the auth component right here, and we'll have auth here, and inside of this page.tsx I am going to have a layout.tsx. Layout.tsx will write rfc here, and this is the layout file, and inside of this we'll have two divs which will have navbar and div of footer, and we'll get the children in here. So children's would be provided by this, and I'm going to copy this prop from here, and let's paste it here, and let's render the children's prop here. So what this will have is, now every pages inside of this e-commerce route group will have this layout of navbar, then the actual page and the footer. So for example, let's head over to the our application. So we are inside the slash route, you can see here, and let's head over to the page and let's write some content. So this is custom content like this, and you can see that we have this custom contents navbar and the footer. And now if I head over to slash auth route, you will see, okay, what's the issue here? Page.tsx. Okay, I need to save this file, and let's close this. Yeah, now we are inside the auth, and you can see that we don't have the navbar and footer here because the layout is only inside of, just a minute. Yeah, the layout is only inside this route group of e-commerce. So every page inside of this would have that. So for example, we'll have a cart page. Inside of cart folder, we'll have a page.tsx to create the route, and I'll write rfce, and this is the cart. And if I head over to the cart here, you can see that we have the similar layout, navbar, footer, and the actual children, which is cart in case. And if we head over to slash route, we'll have custom content. So that are the layouts. You can see more about that from here, route groups. So we are just grouping it for navbar and footer. Now that's done. I think we can close this. We need to have the ShadCN opened. Let's close Node.js VS Code. More about OneEntry later. And one more thing here is, just a minute. If I head over inside this layout.tsx, not this one, we have this class name bggray of 900, and inside of this body, I'm going to have a main tag here. So everything would be inside the main tag. main children, and we'll also give this a class name which is enter. So we are going to use the enter font. So I'm just going to paste it here, this one, and we need to import this enter, not like this. Okay, I'm just going to import it from fonts, import from next font and Google. So what this next font Google is, Next.js provides us with Google fonts. So if I head over to Google and Google fonts, yeah, this one. So Google have this fonts, and we can use this fonts directly without any kind of installation. If we would have been using React, then we would need to have installation of this fonts in our CSS files and everything. But in Next.js, it automatically installs using the next font Google package. So that's the power of using a framework. So now inside of this, we are going to have enter.className, and now what next? Just a minute. Why there is no class name inside of this? I'm not sure. Uh, this is the e-commerce, and inside of this, we have given BG Gray 900. We have this children, and childrens are inside of here as well. And have I missed anything? Just a minute. Yeah, we also need to provide a class name here. My bad. BG Gray 900. And now we have the background here as well. Perfect. Now let's head over to the auth route, auth, and inside of this we'll have our actual the auth, and we can actually fix this. Instead of giving the class name here, we can head over to the layout.tsx, and inside of this we do have this main. Let's copy this class name and give it to this thing here. And why I'm giving it to uh, this HTML as well is, if I remove this and if I scroll the website, you can see that if I scroll it, then it will have the background as white. And now if I just have it again and save it, and if I scroll it, then the background also has that color. So it took me a while to fix that issue. So make sure that you give it to HTML as well, and we have given it to the main, so there's no need to give it to the separate pages, the color. And now inside of auth, what we'll be using is, we need the button, input, label, and those are the components that we are going to use, and we are also going to use the toast component. So first let's install the button, input, and label. So button is already installed, but we need the input and the label from ShadCN. So inside of input, I'm going to copy this to install the input component, which is already created by ShadCN, and let's paste it. And with this input, we also need the label component. So label is already inside of this, and this is kind of label we need. We are not going to copy this, we just write it. You can install multiple components by writing with just a space. And we are also going to use the toast. So I'll use the toast afterwards. First, let's install input and label, and let's head over to the toast. So ShadCN provides us two toast options. First is Sona. So this is a Sona package which is created by this guy, Emil Kowalski. Uh, he's on Twitter. Give him a follow, and make sure that you subscribe to my channel, and also give me a like if you are following the tutorial, and make sure that you follow to my Twitter as well. And moving further, we also have this toast component right here, which is kind of same. So we are going to use this toast component. So let's copy this, paste it, and this toast component would not only install the component, but it will also install a hook, which is inside hooks, use toast, and inside of toast, are we using that hook? Just a minute. No, we are not. I'm not sure. Okay, no need for that. So I'm just going to close this and let's start our application again. And now we are going to use that, not use, but let's create the component. So first, what should we do is, yeah, we are also using framer motion inside of the application for animation. So I also need to install framer motion. So let me show you framer motion. So this is framer motion, and this is an amazing library for Next.js and React for animations. So it's very easy to use, but if you are using it first time, it's quite difficult to understand. But whenever you practice it and get a hold of it, it's very easy to use. So this is kind of code. So like if we want to rotate it, not rotate, but we need to move the x of the object, then we just need to give the x minus to move it to the left side, and in plus for right side. And this is for scale. We just need to tweak this parameters and the animation is simple like that. Now we are going to use this. So inside of our this div, what should we do is we'll just import motion from framer motion, and we will also be needing the animate presence. So first we need to install framer motion. So npm install framer motion. Let's wait for it to install. It's done. Let's start our application. Npm run dev. Now inside of this we need the motion and animate presence component. And now uh, I've also installed this extension for giving us the size of the imports. So it just provides us the size and will able to know that is the package heavy or not. If it's in red color, then the package is super heavy. You can see that React is only 6.9 KB and the minimized version is 2.7 KB, while it's for Framer Motion it is 37.3 KB. So uh, that's the difference for using the animations. Let's give it a class name of flex, min height of screen, and let's give it a background gray of 900, and let's give it a text of white as well. And inside of this we are going to have width of full. And if you are wondering how am I able to see this Tailwind intelligence, so this thing, if I write anything here, then automatically Tailwind CSS classes are popped up. It's because of extension that I have installed, Tailwind, Tailwind CSS intelligence. It's from Tailwind Labs. It's an official plugin. It's pretty helpful as well. Now, inside of this width full, we'll give it a max width of 6 XL, and then we'll give it a max of auto, not max, but mx of auto, then flex call. And whenever it's a large screen, we'll give it a flex of row like this. And inside of this, we are going to use the animate presence. So let's use it here. Okay, so now inside of this, we are going to use the animate presence, and let's use that component animate presence. And inside of that, we are going to give it a mode of wait here. So what this will mean is we need to wait for the exit animation to complete before loading the other animation. So we need to wait for that. And in here, we are going to give it a class name of, oh, we need to give it a class name here. Class name would be width of full. And what's the issue here? Okay, it's not, the class name is not inside of this. We need to use a motion.dev like this. So in Framer Motion, whatever components you need to animate is you wrap it inside animate presence, and whatever component or element you want to have animation on, you just use motion and then the name of that component. For example, you need to have a animation on button, then you need to have motion.button. So we need animation on our dev, so we are going to use motion.dev. And we also need a state uh, for the sign up and sign in form, so which form is currently open. So for that we need to create a state for which form it is open. So use state snippet, we are going to use the shortcut, which is use state snippet. Hit enter, and then we'll write the name of our state, which is sign up. And notice here, when I hit tab, it will be automatically the is would be capital and will be here at the second. You can see that, and this would be the default value. So it makes things faster to use this use state snippet. And then we'll also have use state snippet for the is loading, and initially loading is going to be true. And let's have grab the router, so const router is equals to use router. Make sure you import use router from next navigation, it's the latest version of routing in Next.js. And make sure that you use, not use, but get the search params as well. So const search params is equals to use search params. And after that we'll get the type search param, so it would be from the URL. So should we do it? Not now, we'll do that afterwards. Now inside of this motion.dev, what should we do is, just give me a minute. Yeah, first we'll give it a key, which is going to be is sign up. If is sign up is true, then we need to show the sign up form, or else we need to show the sign in form. And after this we'll give it a class name of width full. When it's large, we need to give the width as 3 by 5 and padding of 4. When it's small, we are going to give it a small of padding of 8. So we are just making it responsive using the breakpoints. Padding of 12, and what else? So let's do the animations afterwards. So I'll explain each and every stuff for the animations. So in here we are skipping the animations for now. Let's have the components first. And now inside of this I'm going to have a div which will have a class name of margin bottom of 8. If it's large, then margin bottom of 12. Then we'll have cursor pointer, and inside of this we are going to also give it an on click prop here. So whenever we click on this, we want to head over to the home page, and inside of this we are going to use a chevron left icon, which is imported from Lucid React, which is already installed when you install the ShadCN library. And chevron left, make sure it is autocomplete. And inside of this we'll also give it a class name of text gray 400. Then we'll give it a height of 6, width of 6, and small height of 8. We'll also give it a small width of 8, so whenever the screen size is small, it looks perfect. And now let's head over to localhost 3000. We are inside the auth component. Let's refresh this. And yeah, we need to make sure that it's a client component because we are using useState, and in Next.js 14, every component is a server component by default. So whenever you are using useState or use effect, we need to use use client. And let's refresh it, and you can see that we have this button. Click on it and we are at the slash page. Perfect. Now what next is, inside of this we'll have another motion.dev. After this one, motion.dev, like this. And inside of this I'm going to have an h2 tag with class name as text 3xl, and whenever the size is small we need to give it a text of 4xl. Large is going to be text 5xl, font bold, then margin bottom of 2, and on the small screen we need to give it a margin bottom of 4. And inside of this we'll check if is sign up is true, then we'll have sign up form text, or else we'll have sign in, like this. After this h2 we'll have a p tag with a class name of text base, then we'll give it a small of text lg, then we'll give it a large of text xl, text gray of 400, margin bottom of 6, small margin bottom of 8. And inside of this we'll check if it's sign up, then we'll have some text. So I'm just going to copy it, I don't want to waste the time. So if it's sign up, then okay, is there any issue here? Okay, it's if it's is sign up, then join our e-commerce platform and start shopping. And if it's not sign up, then welcome back, please enter your details, just like this. And uh what else is, let's use the switching of forms first. Just a minute. Okay, after this motion dot dev right here, we'll have another motion dot dev, and inside of this I'm going to give it a class name margin top of 4, margin small margin top of 5, flex item center, justify center. And inside of this we are going to have a p tag. So why we are doing this switching first is I want to show you how this animation would work. So let's give class name of text base, so text base. And I think I can copy this class names from here and just manipulate it. So text space, small text large, large of text XL, and text of white, like this. And inside of this p tag we'll check is not loading, but is sign up is true, then we'll write already a member. And if not, then we'll write don't. And instead of this we'll write, oh, it's not working. Okay, it's already inside of string. So don't have an account, like this. Perfect. And after this p we'll use a button. So button, and the variant of this, not value but variant, is going to be a link button. And the class name is going to be text large. and small text Excel, large text to Excel, and text of white. And inside of this button, we'll write is sign up. Then we'll have sign in, or we'll have sign up like this. And if the form is submitting, it's disabled. So we need to have that state as well. And on click, we'll have toggle form function. So we need to have this toggle form and is submitting. So what is submitting is submitting. So whenever we are submitting our form, we need to disable this button. So we are maintaining a state of that. So first, let's create the function of toggle form. So const toggle form equals to an arrow function, and we'll just have set is sign up as not is sign up, and then we'll have reset of error and input values. So I'll also uh, explain you, not explain, but write the states for that. So after this is loading, let's use the is submitting. So use state snippet is submitting. So initially this is going to be false, and let's have the input values and the errors as well. So use state snippet. So this is going to be input values. Initially this is going to be input values is going to be an empty object, and then we'll have use state snippet for error. I'm just going to explain you what I'm doing. Just give me a minute. And the tab doesn't work for the error and set error. And inside of this, we are just going to write null here, error set error. And inside of this now, set is sign up is going to be not set is sign up, but what should we do here is just a minute. Yeah, set error should be null, and then set input values is an empty state. So what we did here is whenever we are toggling the form, then if we do have any error on the form, we need to clear that errors. And also if there are input values on the fields, then we need to clear that values when we are switching the form. So for example, if we are on the sign up form and we have the email and password field, and if we switch to the login form, we don't want to keep the values of email and password on when the form is switched. We need to clear the state for that. So we are clearing the state here and the error as well. So toggle form is done. Now let's see it in action. Sign in. Yeah, it's working, but the animations are not here. So let's use the animations. So now inside of this motion.dev, we'll give it an initial property, and it's going to be an object opacity of 0. X is if it's sign up, then we need to have 50, and if it's login, then minus 50, like this. And we'll give it an animate property, opacity of 1 and X of 0. And after that, whenever it is exiting, we'll give it an opacity of 0 again. And we'll just copy this from here. We can do it. So it returns to its initial state whenever the form is exiting. And transition animation of duration 0.5 seconds. Now let's load this, and you can see that it's having this move effect. Now if I head over here and let's give this 50 to 500, and refresh the page, then you can see that it's moving 500 pixels. Let me increase this 500 to 50,000 and duration to 5 seconds. And if I reload it, you will able to see that, yeah, you can see that it moved 5,000 pixels and the duration of that was 5,000 seconds. And whenever we are switching the animation, it is also having this animation. So we are controlling it using initial, animate, and exit. So duration is again 0.5 seconds, which is half a second, and this is going to be 50. And if we switch it now, then we have this animation looking good, right? Now let's have the animation on the uh, this thing as well. So let's head over to our code, and inside of this motion.dev, not sure we are using it here. Yeah, inside of this motion.dev, I'm going to give it an initial property. Initially its opacity is going to be 0, and when we animate, we need its opacity to 1, and the transition would be a delay. Why we are giving it a delay of 0.8 second here is we need to load other animations first, and then we need to have this animation. So I'm also going to give some animations to our this component. Just a minute, which one we are doing? Just a minute. Yeah, in here, this one. I'm going to copy this, not this one right from here, paste it here. So opacity is 0, and we will also give it a Y of 20 initially, and then when the animation is doing its thing, we need Y to 0, and the delay is 0.2 seconds. And if I paste it, and if I head over here, reload this, and you can see that first this is loading, and after some delay, this is loading. Perfect. So after this animation, then we'll have our form components. That animation would load, and then this animation should load. So we have given a high delay because of that. And if I switch the forms, you can see that animations are loading again, working perfectly fine. Let's head over to our component again, and animations all good. After this motion.dev, what should we have is, just give me a minute. Okay, before this motion.dev, before this already a member, we are going to have another motion.dev here, and let's give it a class name, margin top of 6, small margin top of 8, and flex call, small flex row, and item center, justify center, space of y of 4, and small space y of 0, small again space x of 0, not 0, but this time it's going to be 4. And inside of this, let's provide the animations as well. So initially opacity is 0, animate is 1, and delay is going to be 0.7 this time because the component is before of this. And inside of this, we are going to have a div with text of base class name. And inside of that, whenever it is small, we need to give it a text of large. And for large, we'll give it a text of Excel. Inside of this, we'll also give it a text of gray of 400, and we'll write or continue with Google or Facebook. So we have not implemented the Google and Facebook login because OneEntry doesn't provide it. But in future, if they do, then you just have to integrate it with OneEntry. We are just having the components here. So inside of this div, flex space x4 will have a button component, and inside of button we'll give it a variant of outline, and with this outline component we'll also give it a size of icon and a class name of bg gray, not 500 but 900, and border is going to be border gray 700, and width of 12, height of 12, small width of auto and small height of auto, padding of 2, and inside of this also we need to disable this button while it's submitting. So disabled whenever is submitting is true, and inside of this we are going to use the Facebook from Lucid React Facebook, and let's give it a class name of height of 5, width of 5. Whenever it's small, the height should be 6, and when it's small, width would be 6 as well. And now after Facebook we'll write span with a class name of hidden. When it's small, inline block and small, margin left of 2, and inside of this we'll write Facebook like this. And now I'm going to copy this button right from here, paste it here, change this to Google, change the icon to Google. Okay, I think Lucid React doesn't provide us with the Google package, not package, but the icon. So icons, no, we don't have Google. We do have Facebook, right? So Facebook is here. Do we have Instagram? Yeah, we have Instagram. So let's use Instagram. We have copied the JSX Instagram and replace this with Instagram. Perfect. Let's head over to our, yeah, Facebook, Instagram, sign up. Animations are working perfectly. Done. So this part is done. Now we'll have this part here, and then we'll set up everything with one entry for the form fields. So form fields are going to be dynamic, so we need it from one entry. So let's complete the UI first. So now let's head over to VS Code, and after this animate presence, what should we do is we'll have another motion.dev. So motion.dev, and let's give this a class name of width full, hidden, large width of 25, not 25, 2 by 5. So why we are giving it a hidden is whenever the screen is small, we don't want to show this. It's just for UI purposes, and we'll give it a bg gradient to be r. From, we'll give it our color, which is hash 00 ff, and to black, padding of 12, and I need to enable the word wrap here. So it's on the second line whenever the word wrap is there. So after this, padding of 12 will have large flex call, and justify between. That's it. No, we also need to give it items of center and height of full. And now inside of this, first we'll also give this some animation properties. Let's copy it from here, paste it, initial opacity 0, then we'll give it a x of 50, here x of 0, and duration is 0.5. If you are not able to understand this initial animate property is, I'll just explain you. If I remove this initial and animate, let me remove this initial and animate from this. And if I show you this UI here, you can see that switching of the forms is in the any initial state only, because we have not given the animate property. And if I also remove it from here, if I refresh it, you can see it's here, but there would be no animation here. You can see that other things are animating, but this is not animating. So when we give it initial, so it defines what is the initial state of this. So if I give, instead of opacity, x property of minus 10 or 100, then if I reload it, you can see that it's slightly moved here, or we can have it y here, y, refresh it, and yeah, it's on the top. So whenever the page is loaded, the initial property is y at minus 100, so it's at top. And when the animation loads, the y should be 0 and with a transition. So initially this would be here, and it should animate and come to here. So we are doing that here with the initial animate. So let me just yeah, working. We have this gradient here, and let's have the components here. And inside of this motion.dev, what should we have is, I'm going to have another dev. So let me do one thing here. I'm just going to copy the component from here. So it's just not just component where you will be able to see what's here. So I'm just going to go through it and tell you is sign up, and import star from Lucid React, shopping bag from Lucid React as well, key from Lucid React, and this is sign up, u is small in our case. And yeah, what I copied and pasted is from here, this div. Inside of that we have this motion.dev. If it's sign up, then show this component, or else show this component right here. Basic React stuff, nothing extraordinary here. We just have to pause the screen and just paste it. I'm just going to scroll it slowly so you can do it, or you can just copy it from the GitHub repository. If you want the GitHub repository, there's an Instagram link given in the description of the video. Head over to Instagram post and just like that post, follow my account, and comment on the post, and I'll just DM you the source code. I'm sorry for that much stuff, but by doing that, I will be able to gain some followers on my Instagram, and I'll also be posting really helpful content on my Instagram as well. So make sure that you follow my Instagram handle. And now, so this is the basic UI blocks, nothing extraordinary here. Let's save this, and you can see that we have this with this animations. If we switch it, it's also being switched. Perfect. And for the animation of this fill, we will let me explain you. So initially the width of this div is going to be 0, and whenever we animate, its width should be 70%. If I change this to 20%, then you'll able to see that it's only filled 20. And when we give 70%, we'll have it till here. Perfect. And we are also giving it a delay of 0.6 second and duration of 0.8 second, which means for how long we need to continue this animation. So that's the duration. And if I give it 8 seconds here, and if I refresh the page, you can see it's loading slowly. So that's the duration in action. And what else is, Yeah, and if you need to learn any more properties of remote motion, you can head over to their website and you can just check out all the configurations that they provide. And let me close all of this fonts as well. And everything is working here. Now we just need our form data. So for that, we need to configure OneEntry. So let's configure OneEntry now. So now let's head over to oneentry.cloud and you need to sign up from here and you need to register your account, and I've already done that process. After registration, let me log in. I'm already logged in. From here, you need to create a new project. So create a new project and name your project from here. Give your subdomain. For example, if I name my project as YouTube ecom, and then my subdomain I can write as YouTube ecom, and it will say that it's already taken because I've already used this. But if I write to here, then it would be there. So you need to have a subdomain that is unique here from where you will fetch your data, and after that you need to select a subscription plan. So if you are following the video and for a few months or days, you'll be able to use this study plan by using my coupon code, which would be Kishan 2024, or which is mentioned in the description on the video, and use it, and you'll be able to use this for free for 30 days, and then you can follow along the tutorial. And then you need to create it, and basically it will create your project, and they will send you the credentials of the login of your project in mail. So you need to log in from there. They'll also provide a sign up and not sign up but login URL. From there you can log into your project and you need to paste in your credentials which are in your mail, and then you'll be good to go. The project creation takes time of 5 to 7 minutes, so uh, do that. And whenever your project is created, it would be here like this. And inside of your project, make sure that you have this access mtls security API token as enabled. With this, it's your application is in secure mode. Now there are also some materials and documentation stuff here. If you head over to API, from here you can use the API of OneEntry. If you are using npm package, then you can use the npm package of OneEntry. And it also has support for Swift and Kotlin, so it's a pretty advanced CMS and it's one of the best in the market. So now I'm going to close it and I'm going to head over to my project. So let me just log into my project. Just give me a minute. Okay, so I am inside my project. Now for authentication setup, we need to do several of steps. So first, let's head over to forms. And from here form, we need to create some forms of sign up and sign in. So for using that form, we'll also need to create some attributes. So for attributes, let's first create the form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this forms right here, and I'm going to use sign up and name this form as live because it's an YouTube video. So sign up live as the marker. So marker is just like an ID, so make sure that it is unique, and we have added that. And then we'll have sign up, not sign up, sign in live. And let's give this sign in live, add. And now we need to create some attributes for this form. So what attributes would be is the form fields. So for attributes, what attributes we need for this, so we need to create this attribute. So attributes is like for registration, we'll be needing the name, email, and password of our user. So we need to create this attributes just like we do that in our database. So for that, uh, we have created the form, this to sign up live, sign in live. Now let's head over to settings, and inside of here we have this attributes. Some of my attributes are already created because I'm using that. Now we are going to use a new set, which is user login. First we am going to create for sign up, so user sign up live, and marker is going to be user sign up live, and type is going to be for, I think, users. So it's for users. And now let's create this, and let's do the registration stuff as well. So user registration live, and marker is going to be user registration live. Make sure that the markers are unique. If we don't do unique, then we will not be able to create it. So markers should be unique. It's just like an ID. Select for users as well, and let's create the attributes now. So uh, inside of this user sign up, we have this settings icon. Click on it and we can add the attributes. So for sign up, we need email, name, and password. So first, let's define the email. It's going to be a name is going to be email, and the marker is going to be email live. I have already used email ID, so I'm not going to use that as a marker. So I'm going to write live whenever I'm going to use it in the video. So if you are following and you don't want to write dash live anywhere, then you can do that. And the type of this is going to be, I guess, string. And let's create the field as email. Then we'll have password, and this is going to be password, which is going to be password live, and this is going to be of type string. Do we have a password? No, it's going to be of type string. And then we'll have, what should we have? Yeah, name. Make sure that n is capital, and it doesn't matter, but just for managing stuff it's easy. Name live, and it's going to be string. We also have various options here for attributes, and it's just like data type. So this is going to be string again. And now inside of this email, in this settings icon, we'll go it here, and we can use this as use as login. And I think use and sign up form is also required. So let me head over to settings and attributes, and for this user registration, and inside of email I've used this as use as login. Okay, perfect. Let's head over to user registration live. And did I create? Okay, so user sign up live, and this is going to be user login, not user registration live. So I missed it. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so I can just fix it if I head over to this user registration live, and let's use user login live, and we can also change the marker from here. So user login live, and if we head back, it should be fixed. So user login live, user sign up live. Perfect. And if we head over to user sign up live, we have email. And now for password, we also need to give it as user's password. And then in the name, we are going to use in sign up form to enable that in sign up form. So our markers for sign up is complete. Now let's do that for login as well. So user login, and not this one, our live one. So user login live, this one. I'm going to have email and email live, and it has already found a similar attribute, so we can reuse it. So click on this and it will just reuse that. The data type would be there and the name would also be there. uh, I'm going to show you for the password without typing the name. So password live, and it did find the attribute and it automatically filled the password and type as string, and we cannot change it because we are reusing the stuff. So now inside of email, I'm going to enable this as users login, and inside of password, I'm going to use this as users password. Done. So attributes are added for authentication. Now let's head over to the forms again, and inside of form we have this sign up live and sign in live. So edit this, and inside of this form data, we are going to select this as sign in and register. And for attributes, this is sign up live form, so we are going to use this user sign up live, and we have email, password and name as the sign up. And now in the sign in live, which is for login, form fields, type of this is going to be sign in and register form, and this is going to be user login live. Perfect, which is email and password. So whenever we are logging, we don't need the name, we just need email and password. Done. Now let's head over to the users, and we need to create an authentication provider here. So these are all users that are created for me, and I need to create another authentication provider here first. So one of my authentication provider is already created for email. Now let's name this as email live, and the type of it is going to be email, and the marker is going to be email live add. So it's done. We can also edit this, and from here we need to select the form. So this is going to be sign up form, sign in form, or what kind of form. So I guess this is going to be for sign up live. Let me check for my this email form, and inside of this I've given it a sign up, and this also has the sign up live. So perfect, sign up live. And you can also tweak the settings for your JWT token and the lifetime of it and everything. So it's completely customizable. So this is done. Let's head back, and I guess our setup is complete. And now let's use this everything, and first we need to set up one entry in our system. So I'm just going to head over to oneentry.cloud, and I'm just going to show you the documentation. So one entry, and you can see the tutorials from their YouTube channel. They have plenty of tutorials on their YouTube channels, and for every language like Swift, Kotlin, React Native. So it's also a good step if you don't understand from why video. Now from here they also have support for React, Next.js, JavaScript, React Native, Vue.js, Angular, Swift, and all of this stuff. Now, for documentation, where should we go? Okay, inside of get started, we are going to use the npm package. So for npm package, let's head over to npm, and inside of get started, first we need to install this one entry package. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's copy this package, head over to codebase, and we are going to install that package. So stop it and let's write npm install one entry, and let's wait for it to get installed. And that's done. And now let's run npm run dev, and let's head over to package.json. And in here you can see that I'm using 1.0.88 package, and you can see that it's just published 3 hours ago. So they just keep updating their packages for any bugs and also with features. So this is actively maintained, you can see that. And what else? Now let's create our one entry file inside of lib. I'm going to create a new file named as one entry oneentry.ts. I'm sorry for that, oneentry.ts. And one more thing that we wanted to do is we need to set up our environment variables. So let's set up .env, and inside of this we are going to store our one entry token here, one entry token, which is going to be a string, and one entry project URL. And make sure that I'm using this on server side, not on front end. So let's head over to our headless CMS, and I guess inside of settings, inside of app tokens, we can generate some tokens. So YouTube e-commerce live is the token name, and you can also set an expiry date of the token. So for this token, I'm just going to expire it on this year, but after 2 days I will expire this token, so the recording would be over by then. And creating the token, and let's get the value, copy the token, and in here I'm going to paste that token. And in the one entry project URL, I'm just going to copy this thing from here, from HTTPS to this cloud, and I'm going to paste it over here like this. So this would be your project URL and oneentry.cloud. So this is different from for everybody. So this is something you need to get from your project URL. This is also in the mail, but you need to generate this app token from settings, app tokens, and the expiry date of the token. You can also delete some tokens and everything from here, and also view it from here. That's it. Now let's set up our oneentry.ts file, and in here what we will be doing is, first we'll define a type of API client. So export type API client type equals to return type, and this is going to be of type of define one entry. One entry define one entry should be imported from define one entry. And if we head over here, you can see what define one entry is, like this. We need to pass URL and config in here, and let's head over to one entry and define one entry. If the return type of this would be one entry, or it would be null initially. So let API client, not client type. So let API client, we are defining our API client, and the type of it would be API client type. So initially this is going to be null, but afterwards we are going to assign it some values. So what error do we have here is API client is never reassigned. So let's have an async function setup API client. So why we are doing this is because we want to only initialize API client once. So if it is already defined inside of this, we don't want to redefine it again. So return type would be just like type of one entry, return type of define one entry, sorry. And now the function, is there any error here? Okay, that's it. Now I will write const API URL equals to process dot env dot one entry, or I can just head over to dot env and I can copy this and paste it here. So this is from the environment variables, and we'll check if there is no API URL environment variable, then we'll throw new error that uh, this one entry project URL env where is missing. That's it. So if anything goes south, you will have an error in the console. And now if we don't have any API client, then we want to define that API client, or else we will return the API client. So if the API client is already defined, then we are just going to return it. If it's not defined, we are going to define it. So inside of this, if it is not defined, first we need to get our refresh token and need to pass the refresh token uh, in the function of initializing one entry. So if we head over to headless CMS here, the instructions, and in here you can see that there's a config here for the refresh token, the save function, and the token function, which just set the refresh token inside our local storage. So this is for authentication purpose. So we are going to do that, but in a different way, which is more maintained. So inside our app, I'm going to create a new, not file, but a folder named as actions. So inside of this, all our server actions would be there. So this should be not inside the app directory, but it should be inside the root, I guess. Yeah, it should be inside the root. So I need to drag it from here to down. So it should be at the root. Perfect. And now inside of actions, what should I do is just give me a moment. Okay, we need to create two functions, retrieve refresh token and store refresh token. So instead of storing the refresh token inside our local storage, I'm going to store that in a cookies. So that is more manageable and it's a more secure way. So inside of actions, I'm going to create a new folder named as auth, and inside of auth, I'm going to create ret- retrieve refresh token .ts, and as we are using server action, the top should have use server, and what should we do here is, okay, so I've made a mistake on the name of the file. So it's refresh token.ts like this, and after this I'm going to export a default async function. Make sure that our server actions are of async. Retrieve refresh token. So all the server actions should be an async function, and it will just return cookies. So we cannot access cookies on frontend. So we are just having cookies dot get refresh token, and we'll have value like this, and we'll just return the refresh token. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create a new file which is store refresh token dot ts, which will just store the refresh token. So instead of get, we are just going to have set here, and instead of retrieve, we are going to have refresh store refresh token like this. And what error do we have? Refresh token, and instead of this we are going to set the token here, and we need to get the token inside the function. So token of type string like this. Done. Now let's head over to our one entry file, and inside of here first we'll retrieve the token. So inside of try, I'm going to get const refresh token equals to await retrieve refresh token, and if we do have the refresh token, so inside of this we'll have API client equals to define one entry. We'll pass in the API URL, and then we'll pass in our client token, so one entry token. So process.env, let's head over to .env, and this time we are going to copy this token, and this is going to be process.env.oneEntry token, and we are also going to pass lang code here, which is going to be English, so we have to write enus. So OneEntry also provides us with language localization. If I head over to menu here, there were some things, yeah. uh, you can see that localization is here. So they have this language selection on their interface, and we can also do that kind of thing on our website using OneEntry. And after this, we'll pass in the auth function, and inside of that we'll pass in the refresh token. So refresh token would be our refresh token if there is value inside of it, or it would be undefined. And the custom auth would be false, so we are not creating any custom auth. It would be just one entry's auth, and there would be a save function which would be an async function. So we'll get the new token from here if there is no refresh token, and we'll have string like this, and we'll store the refresh token. So await store refresh token and pass in the new token. So we are storing the OneEntry's refresh token just like that. So that's we are just doing reusability. So after this we'll have a catch block, and inside of catch block we are going to have error, and then we are going to have console dot error. Okay, console dot error, and we are going to write error fetching refresh token, and we'll pass error. And why do you have this? This is the function, this is this is that, and we need to have one more bracket here like this. And yeah, so this is the catch error. And now we'll check if there is no API client still after this block. Then we'll throw a new error, throw new error that failed to initialize API client. So first what we'll do is what we'll be doing, yeah. So first we are checking if there is API URL, which is our environment variable. If we do not have, then we'll just throw an error. Now we are checking if there is any API client. If there is no API client, then we'll create it, or else this block is skipped, and then again we'll have this block. If there is no API client after this block as well, then we'll just throw an error that it failed to initialize the API client. And if this condition again fails because we have stored the API client in from here, or else it's already stored before, then we'll just return the API client. So we are just going using it for reusability. Now that's done. Now we need to use this function. So export async function, export async function, and the name of the function is fetch API client, and the parents would be empty, and the return type of this would be promise and one entry. So we are going to copy it, paste it like this, and inside of this I'm going to have if there is no API client, then await setup API client. So if there is no API client, then let's set up our API client. And if after setting up the API client, if still there is no API client, then we'll just throw new error that API client is still null after setup. So there might be issue with your token or anything. So return API client. So this is just double checking that our API client is always defined and it's only initialized once you start the application. So there are no multiple instances of our API client. So that's reusability with TypeScript. Done. Now this is complete. Now what next we should do is our one entry, this setup is complete. Now we need to get the form for our auth and start integrating the auth form and setup. So let's do that. Okay, so now what should we do is let's head over to our page.tsx, this page for auth. And inside of this, what I will be doing is we need to fetch the form data. So for that, we need to create an action. So inside of this actions auth, I'm going to create a new file, which is signup.ts. And inside of this signup.ts, first we'll mark this as use server because this is an server action. And we are going to export const get sign up form data equals to an async function. Make sure that all your server actions are an async function, and the return type of this is going to be a promise with I attributes, and this I attributes is an array, and that can be called from this one entry. And if we head over to this I attributes, it will have the values like this: list titles, markers, and the position and everything. So it's pretty useful when we are coding. So after this, we'll just have our function. We'll have a try catch block, try and catch error. If there is any error, then console dot error the error, and will throw a new error that fetching form data failed. And we'll just have fetching form data field. And now inside of try block, first we'll get our API client, which we already defined, API client, which we already defined in our one entry file. So await fetch API client like this, and then we'll get our form data. So we'll use forms.get form by marker. So to check what we have for the forms, so you can head over to this instructions npm, and let's head over to the forms. And forms, we can have get all forms, or we can have get form by marker. So we are going to get our form by marker. In our case, the name of the form marker, which is going to be sign up live, because we are setting up our user. So for registration, we are going to use this sign up live marker. So in here, I'm going to use it API client dot forms dot get form by marker, and we'll just pass in what was the name of the marker. This is going to be the marker. This is sign up live, and going to paste that sign up live, and then I'm going to pass in the type of the language, or we can just skip this because it's already defined at the global level. And from here we'll return response dot response dot, okay, we need to await this function as well. So await, then we'll have response dot attributes as unknown as I attributes like this, and we'll just return it. And why do have any error like this? I'm not sure. Unexpected any, select a different type. Okay, and just disable it by this, and that's done. What else is, this is complete. Now let's use this get sign up form data on our form. And before doing that, I would also like to create this kind of thing for our login form. So inside of this, I'm also going to create a login.ts. We'll just paste it. We'll just import fetch API client, mark this as use server, and import I attributes. And this is going to be sign in live. Just rechecking it. It is sign in live. Perfect. Save this file and let's head over to our auth page. And inside of our auth page, first, what should we do is uh, let's create a use effect. So use effect, and inside of this use effect, first we'll write set is loading as true because we are going to call an API, and then we'll write set error as null. So any errors should be cleared. Then we'll write const and make sure that you have an empty array here. Then in here we'll have const fetch data is equals to, if this is a sign up form, then we need to get sign up form data, or we'll get login, get login. Okay, I need to change the name here. So this is get login form data like this. And did we import it perfectly? Yeah, it's from sign up, and this is going to be get login form data. And now we are going to call this fetch data, and we'll chain it with a then. If we get the data, then we'll have set form data. So we need to create a state for saving our form data. So for form data, I'm going to create a use state snippet again. This is going to be form data, set form data. The type of is going to be an empty array, and this is going to have an I attributes with an array like this. And now let's set form data from here with the data. And if there is any error, so we'll chain it with a catch block. And if there is error, then we'll have set error that failed to load form data. Please try again. And like this. Again. And what's the error here? Set error. Okay, it's null, by the way. So in here, we'll just pass the type as it can be a string or it can be null like this. And after this, we'll have a finally block, try catch finally. And whatever may be the promises result, we need to set is loading as false. So this is basic JavaScript. First, we are calling this function. Then whatever the results, we are setting it. If the promise is successful, then we are setting the form data. If there's an error, then we are setting the error, and then we'll have a finally, we can remove the error from here, we don't need it. And finally set is loading as false. Done. Now when we need to call this is whenever is sign up is changed from true to false. So we need to call it whenever is sign up is changed. And we need to do one more thing. We use this use search params right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a use effect here, and this is going to be called whenever the search params is changed. So what I'm going to do is I want to get the type of the form that is open. So search params dot get, and this is going to be type, and set is sign up is if type not equal login, then set it false or true. So what this will do is inside of our app, for example, if from navbar we have this kind of thing, if type is login, then we need to open the sign in form, or if type is sign up, then we need to open the sign up form. So this is for that, and that's done. And now we just need to map the values to our form. So before doing that, we'll also do one thing. To store the input values, we are going to use an use state as well. So first, let's create an interface for sign up data and login data. So interface sign up form data, which is going to be of email, is going to be of type string, password is going to be of type string, and name is going to be of type string. I'm going to copy this, paste it, and this is going to be login form data, and we just need email and password for login. No name is required. And after this, I'm going to create use state snippet input values, and the okay, input values is already created here with like this, but we just need to give it a type of partial. It's a TypeScript partial, so it could be partially sign up form data or login form data. It could be both. So we just need to give it sign up form data and login form data, just like this. Perfect. That's done. And now what else? Let's do one more thing. So whenever there is any change in the input, we need to store that value. So let's do that. Const handle input change equals to an arrow function, and like this. We are not going to define it, we are just doing it right here. We'll just have the form mapped now. So the form would be dynamic. So what I mean by dynamic is, welcome back. Yeah. After this, I'm going to check if is loading is true. Then we need to have a div with a class name flex justifies center, item center, and height of 64. So I'm just going to have a loader here. So whenever the form data is loading, we need to show a loader height 8 with 8, animate spin, and text is going to be my custom theme color, which is going to be 00FF like this, hash done. And now for the ternary operator, I'm going to have a form here. So form class name is going to be space y of 4. If it's small, then we'll have space y of 6. And on submit, we need to have a handle submit function. So let's create that handle submit function. Const handle submit equals to async arrow function, because we are going to call our APIs to set the user. Now, after this, where's the form? Yeah, it's here. Now, inside of this form, I'm going to map the form data dot map, and field is going to be any, and we'll have motion dot div here. So let's give this a key as field dot marker. Before doing this, I can also give this as I field I attribute, I attributes like this. And I'm going to save it, and let's head over to our signup.ts, or let's head over to our use effect, and I am going to just console out the form data here. So I want to show you what's inside our form data. Going to refresh it, and we have this error, cannot read properties form data dot map. So I think we need to fix it. Form data. Okay, so I have written a console.log here, and let's open up our inspect, head over to console, and the form data is empty. Not sure why it's an empty. Let's head over to our signup.ts, and I'm going to console out the response here, console.log response. Let's refresh this and head over to here. Okay, this is unusual. Response status is 404. Why is that? Status text not found. Was it not able to find the get forms by marker or what? Let's try to do one more thing. I'm going to have const all forms equals to await API client dot forms dot get all forms, and we don't need to pass anything here. And I'm just going to refresh the page from here, and let's see if we are able to get the forms. And I need to console the forms as well. Sorry, all forms, and I'm going to just comment out that. And this also tells us that it's undefined, not found. It's able to not find what? Is there any error with our environment variables? So let's head over to OneEntry.ts, and let's console out the OneEntry token. So console log API URL, and let's copy this from here, paste it, and let's head over here. I need to check. API URL is here and token is also here. So I guess I need to remove this from API URL. So let's head over to .env. Let's remove this slash, and let's try this again. Uh, that was working. Our loader is working. And yeah, we are able to get the form array. So this is for the sign in, and it's getting this email live, password live, and name live. So this is working, but for our login form, yeah, now it's working. So it was just the error was because of that slash. So we debugged it. Let's remove this get all forms, and let's see if we are able to get the forms. So yeah, I think we are able to get the forms. So let's remove this console, and this console as well. It's done. And now let's head over to our page.tsx, and now I would like to show you the form data now. Inside of form data for our sign up, we have this kind of data is visible, list titles, localized info, the marker, the position, the type. And if we do have any validators, then it's like that. So what we are going to do is based on this forms, we are going to have dynamic inputs here. So for password, if we head over here, then if the name is password, then we'll have the type of password. So let's map all of those things here. Inside of this motion.div, first I'm going to copy this animation properties, paste it here. So initially this is going to be 0, and we'll also give it a y of 20. Then we'll give it a y of 0, and then delay is going to be of 0.3. And what else? We have already given the key. So after this, I'm going to use a label component from ShadCN. So label from ShadCN, and let's give it a class name of text base and small text large, then text gray 400 and margin bottom of 1, small margin bottom of 2, block. And then inside of this, first we'll also give it an HTML for property. So HTML for, this is for field.marker, field.marker, and inside of this we'll have field dot localized infos dot title, like this. And let's head over to the UI. So we have this email, password, and name titles. So now let's have the inputs corresponding to them. So we'll have an input component. Make sure that it is component imported from components UI input, which is our ShadCN component. And first we'll give it an ID of field dot marker. Then we'll check if the type of field.marker, the name of that is password, then we'll just have text or password. So if it is password, then we'll have password, or else we'll have text, like this. And let's give it a name of field dot marker, like this. And we'll also give it a class name. So class name is going to be background gray of 800, then border gray of 700, text white, text base, and if it's small, then we'll give it a text of large, and padding of 4, and if it's small, then padding of 6, like this. And we'll also give it a placeholder. So placeholder is going to be field dot localized infos dot inside of localized infos we have the title, like this. And then for the value, we are going to have input values, and we'll have field dot marker here, and we'll have as key of type of input values. So we'll fix our error of TypeScript like that. And if there is no value, then we'll just have an empty string. And now if it's submitting, then we'll have this as disabled. And for on change property, we are going to handle input change, like this. Now let's head over to the UI, and you can see that we have this email, password, and name here. Now this form is completely dynamic. So for example, if I head over to the OneEntry here, head over to the settings, and head over to the attributes, head over to user sign up live, and head over to the settings. And if I create a new marker here, which is custom, and the type of it is going to be string, and let's create this marker. And now if I refresh the form, then we should have the custom marker here as well. Perfect, and it will store it. So this is completely dynamic. So now if I delete this custom marker, it also delete the input from here. Okay, so now this is done. let's head over to our VS Code, and now let's first have this handle input change thing. So in here, what I'm going to do is we'll get the event. So React dot change event, and this is going to be HTML input element. And inside of this, what should we do is we'll get the name and name value from e.target, and then we'll just have set input values, get the previous values, and we'll just spread those previous values and dynamic object name and value, and storing the new input values like this. So we are just maintaining the state, and now we'll do the handle submit. Okay, this should be in the handle input change, not in handle submit. So I'm sorry for that. I can remove this from here. And now when we submit this form, we need to have form event, and first we'll have e.prevent default, and then set is submitting to true, and then we'll set error to null, not navigator but null, and we'll have a try catch block here, try catch and error. And now first, if there is any error, what should we do is we'll just have set error. uh, we'll get the error, and if it's instance of error, then we'll have error dot message, or we'll write an unknown error occurred, please try again, like this. And inside of this, before doing the try block, I would like to have a finally block and write set is submitting here as false. So whatever may be the result of this, we need to have this finally. And why it's not working? Finally, the color is not working perfect. Not sure why. It should be false. And now inside of try block, first let's check if it's a sign up form. Then inside of this, we'll have things further. There's still some issue here. Okay. I think this is because of this. Okay. Yeah. Now, if this is a sign up form, then we'll check if input values dot email is there, and then input values dot password is there, and input values dot name is there, then only we need to submit the form. So then we'll have const response equals to await handle sign up submit. So we need to create that action, handle sign up submit, so that would just submit our form. So let's head over to our signup.ts and create a new function here, export const handle sign up submit, which is going to be an async function. We'll get the input values here, which is going to be an object which will contain email, password, and name. So we can copy the interface from here. It's one and the same. That's it. And now we'll have try catch block here, catch error, and let's have this as any, and console log error, and if error dot status code triple equals to 400, then we'll return message and the error dot message. And if the if condition is not working, then we'll have throw new error that account creation failed, please try again later, just like this. And we can disable this error. Quick fix, use unknown instead. This will force you to, yeah, we can use unknown. No, I don't want to use unknown here. Let's disable the error. That's it. And now inside of try block, I will get my API client first. So API client equals to await fetch API client, and then we'll need some data to have inside this await API client dot auth provider dot sign up, and our name would be email live, I guess, and the data. So let me head over to the OneEntry docs here. I'm going to show you from how I'm getting that. So user auth provider, I guess. Yeah, from auth provider, we need to get this data and pass in this auth provider sign up, and this email is going to be the this authentication provider, which is this thing, email live. So we, in my case, it's email live. If you are not having the email live, you are going to have this email. So I'm going to first copy this data from here and paste that data over here, and inside of this, so our form identifier is going to be sign up live. So for which form we want to pass this data, so head over to OneEntry and inside forms, so this is our sign up live form. So for this form we need to validate the data, so I'm going to pass in that sign up live, and the auth data here is going to be, marker is going to be the email. For email, yeah, I guess email. Let's head over to sign up live and form fields. Yeah, we have marker as email live, password live, and name live. So this is going to be email live, and the value of this is going to be input values dot email. Then this is going to be password live, and the value of it is going to be input values dot password, and then inside of form data we'll have the name value. The type of is it's going to be string, and I guess the name is name live. Yeah, name live, and the username, instead of this username we are going to have input values dot name here, and the notification data is going to be object email input input values dot email. You don't need to pass any real data here. We're just passing some dummy numbers and everything here. So it's for validation purposes, for sending the notifications and everything. You can use dummy things here. Save it, and now let's return our value. Return value like this, and with this our handle sign up submit server action is complete. Now let's use the server action on front end. Okay, so now I'm just re-recording the stuff because in the previous section of just the sign up, I didn't have the audio, so I'm just re-recording this stuff. So after a server action of handle sign up submit is complete, we'll head over to this auth function again, auth page again. And in here, what I'm going to do is uh, we'll have await handle, sign up handle, not this one. We are going to have handle sign up submit. Yeah, handle sign up submit, and we'll get uh, the input values and pass it there, and we'll have sign up form data like this. And if there's an identifier in the response, so if identifier in response is there, then we'll set input values to empty object again, set is sign up to false, and we'll have a toast notification, or else we'll set an error of response dot message. Now, what we are doing here is after submitting this values with the handle sign up submit, if there is an identifier in the response object, then we are clearing the input values, and we are switching the form to login. So if we have sign up, then we need to log in. So we will switch the form, and then we'll show a toast notification. So toast like this, will pass in a title to this toast. And I'm not sure if we have, yeah, we need to import the toast from use toast, and the title is going to be user created, please login to continue. Like this, we will also pass in a duration prop of 3000 milliseconds. So this toast notification would only be visible for 3 seconds, and will pass in a variant. So there are this three variants available: default and this two only, default and destructive. But I've already created this teal black variant, so I'm going to show you what that would be. So inside the toast.tsx, inside the components toast.tsx, inside the toast variants, we'll have this variant. And after this destructive, I've just added a new variant, which is steel black, which is what our theme is. We have just given it a border none, background gray of 800, the text, and a shadow. That's it. And now I'm going to head over to layout.tsx, and inside of layout.tsx, I am going to use a toaster component from components UI toaster. Like this, make sure that you use it so it wraps the toasts around our app. And now inside of page.tsx, this toast should work. And now, before moving forward, after we have set it this error, and after which, if is this, I guess this one. So after this, we'll have another else, that set error, and please fill out all required fields, like this. And after this one, we'll have another else block, which will have the uh, handle login thing. So we are not going to do the handle login now. I'm just going to have the else block here. And after all of this is complete, so I'll just explain you this again. This was explained, but this else block, set error, please fill out all the required fields, is associated with this if block. So if we have input values, email, password, and name, then these things would be executed. But if we don't have one of these values, then we'll show error that please fill out all the required fields. So that's pretty self-explanatory. And now I'm going to render out our error. So for the errors, we'll head over to our form. The form, yeah, this is the form. So after this uh, form data map, I'm going to have this error. If there's an error, then show this motion.dev of error, just the animation and text red 500 class. And after that, I am also going to add a button div with an animation. So after this, I'm going to have Just a minute. I guess this should be, yeah, no worries. Okay, outside of this, yeah. Outside of this, I have pasted this button and this is a sign up. So this is just a motion.dev and the button component inside of this. If the form is submitting, then we need to disable the button. And if it's submitting, we are just going to show a loader and we'll just show sign in and sign up according to that. I'm going to save the form and head over to our UI, reload the page, and you can see that we have the button here, and if I click on sign up, I have this error that please fill out all the required fields, and you can see that there was an animation too for the button and the error as well. You can see that. So that's working. Now let's try to sign up, but before doing that, there's an error in my code. Not an error, but the name of the properties that I'm using is not perfect here. So for the sign up form data, email, password, and name, I've used them as email here, but inside of my one entry, if I head over to settings, attributes, and for user sign up live, you can see that my attribute marker is with dash live. So I need to correct those, and instead of dash live, I am going to change this, and okay, I cannot edit the attribute because it's being used. So instead of editing it, I'm just going to have it inside of string because it's a dash, and JavaScript doesn't allow us as dash. So what I will be doing here is I will convert this into a string and I will have email dash live. So in your case, there would not be an issue because you would not be using a dash. If you are using a dash, make sure that you convert the dash into an underscore, or make sure that you use camel case variant, so there would not be issue. I'll just have to use live for all of this, live, and this is going to be password live like this. And in here we will also need to change the input values to email live. Password is going to be password live, name is going to be name live, and name live like this. And if we head over to, did I made any mistake? No, it's password live, name live. And if I head over to this handle sign up submit form, I need to change this thing as well here. So I will head over to our page.tsx. I'm going to copy this from here again and just paste this things here, and we need to change the value of this here as well. Perfect. And now if I head over to my code base, I guess I would be able to sign up successfully now. So if I head over to my app, I'm going to refresh the page, and this time I'm going to use a account which is demo youtube at gmail.com, password as admin. So we need to fix this. This should be a type of password. So I know why it's happening is if we head over to our form data map, yeah, this one here, I need to capital this as a password because the marker name is in capital password, I guess, or it's password live. Let's see if that works. No, it's not working. So I need to uh name this as password live, I guess, password live. And yeah, now it's working. It's in encrypted format. So that's done. And the name is going to be Kishan Sheet. And if I head over to my OneEntry CMS, head over to users, you can see that there's a no new user here. So I will sign up with this user, and we have the toast notification, and we are inside our login form. And if I head over to OneEntry, refresh the page, you can see that we have a new demo YouTube, and if I head over to edit, you can see that our name is also here. So this is working perfectly. We are able to sign up. So the sign up thing is complete. Now we'll have to log in. So let's do that. So now I'm going to head over to my VS Code, and now let's head over to this login action, and in here, after this get login form data, we are going to export const handle login submit. So whenever we submit, we need to handle our data. So this is going to be an async. We'll get the input values. The type is going to be email and password. So let's head over to the sign up. I'm going to copy this email password live, going to paste it here, and after this we'll have the arrow function, and we'll have a try and a catch block. Inside of catch we'll have error, and what I'm going to do is we'll give this a type of any, and first we are going to console log the error just like this, and if error dot status code triple equals to 401, then we are just going to return message, which is going to be error dot message like this, or else we are just going to throw a new error, through new error, that it has failed to login, failed to login, please try again, like this. And after this we'll have a redirect. Make sure redirect is imported from next navigation, not this one. So I'm going to remove this, and let's re-import it again. Redirect from next navigation. So what we are doing here is, in handle login submit, we are getting the input values, which is email live, password live. We have this try catch block. If there are any errors, then we are erroring the console, and the consoling the error. And then if the status code is 401, then we are returning the message, or else we are throwing that failed to login, please try again. Now if the try catch block is executed and there is no error in the catch block, try block has been successfully executed, that means our user has been logged in successfully. So we are not returning any user data from here. Instead, we are redirecting the user from login page, not the login page, but the auth page, to the our home page, which is the slash route. So now let's try to log in. So for that, we'll have const API client equals to await fetch API client, and we'll have the data. So for data, I'm going to one entry here, and we will have an login function here, or yeah, this auth function. So this is basically for login. So I'm going to copy this and just change it accordingly. So this returns us access token and refresh token. So what I'm going to do is, we are going to store this access token and refresh token in our cookies, so we can use this access token and refresh token to get our user. And this is very important, this access token, because this would have our user details inside of that, and whenever we are submitting an order, or we are getting the user's order informations, will need this access token. So we need to store this inside our cookies, and let's copy this first, and inside of our code I'm just going to paste it. So the data and the auth data, the marker is I guess this is going to be email live, like this, and the value for this is going to be input values dot email live, and the password marker is going to be password live, and the value for this is going to be input values dot password like live, like this. And we are going to have API client dot auth, is it auth, or yeah, API client dot auth provider. We need to use this, and then we'll chain with auth, and we have to pass and auth property here, which is our email live, I guess. I need to check inside signup. Yeah, we have used the email live for the auth provider. This auth provider, if you head over to OneEntry CMS, inside our users, we have this authentication provider, and you have to use this auth provider here. So I'm going to use the email live version. That's it. And what tells us we get the response. This is not value, but we have a response. And now if we'll check if there is no response, and inside the response, if you check inside of this response, we have this user identifier, which is just your email. So if there is no user identifier, then we'll have const error equals to response as unknown. First we'll convert this to unknown, and then I errored response. Well, I'm not able to get that. I errored response. Okay, I need to create that custom interface. So interface I error response, which is going to be of status code, which is of number, and message, which is of type string, just like this. And we'll use it here, I error response. So we have the error, and now what? We'll just return message, not menu bar, message, which is going to be error dot message, just like this. So if there is no user identifier, that means that we have an error, and the object type would be error dot message and status code. So we are just returning the error message in here. And if this if condition fails, that means we have our user identifier. So we'll also have our access token and refresh token. So we are going to set the cookies. So let's get the cookies object from next header. So cookies dot set our access token, and we'll pass in response dot access token, like here this. And this property would have max age for this access token cookie. So this is going to be for 24 hours. So our access token would be valid for 24 hours, and after that it would be just disabled. So we'll also be storing the refresh token. So after 24 hours has been passed, we'll check if we do have a refresh token, then we'll get a new access token using this refresh token, and refresh token here. And for the max age of this refresh token would be 7 days. So 60 into 24, which is 24 hours, and we'll multiply it by 7 because we need 7 days. So that's set, and if all of this is executed, then we'll be redirected to the slash route. So simple, right? So this would work. Now inside of our page.tsx, in the auth page, we will have this else block here, right? And in this else block, we'll check if input values dot email live is there, and input values dot password live is there. Then we'll get the response equals to await handle login submit server action. Make sure that you import handle login submit, and we'll pass input values as login form data, just like this. And if there is response dot message, then we'll set error that response will just show the response dot message. Or else after this, I'm just going to copy this. Is this associated with this if block? No, this else is associated with this else block. So if input values are not complete, then we need to show this error that please fill out all the required fields. And if the user is successfully logged in, then he would be automatically redirected to the slash route by the backend. So we don't have to handle it from front end. It would work automatically. So what I'm going to do is I am going to head over to my user and copy this email, and let's try to log in. I'm going to paste this, and this time I'm going to use a false email and the password is correct. Then we should have failed to log in. Please try again. And if I have the password as incorrect, it will again have the error. Now let's have a correct password, sign in. And voila, it's working. We are in the navbar, custom content and footer. It's working. And if I head over to my application, I am having the refresh token and access token here. So our login is working successfully. Now, what I want to do is let's do the navbar and footer first, and the responsive navbar and the user inside the navbar as well. So our login and sign up authentication process is complete. And let's fetch the user after creating the navbar. So now let's proceed with that. Let's head over to the VS Code now. And now what I'm going to do is I need to create a new component named as navbar. So inside components, I'm going to create a navbar.tsx file. And while we are here, let's create a footer.tsx as well. So footer.tsx, and let's create the navbar components, RFC navbar, save it, and let's head over to our e-commerce route group. And inside of this, we have this layout.tsx, and let's replace this navbar with our actual navbar here. Make sure that you import it, and let's do the same for footer as well. So let's create the footer, save it, head over to our page.tsx, not page.tsx, but layout.tsx, this one. And let's replace this footer as well here, complete. And one thing I wanted to show you is what's remaining is I will head over to our app, and let's head over to slash auth. And I forgot to show you the responsive form here. So this is the responsive form here. So that is also working, the responsive form. This is the mobile version. You can see that the Instagram and Facebook text has gone. Animations are also working perfectly. And yeah, that's it. I just wanted to show you that. Now heading back to the code, navbar and footer component is done. Now inside the navbar, first I'm going to use some states here. So first it's use state snippet, and the first state is for is scrolled. So what this state would do is whenever we scroll the navbar, we want to change the color of the navbar, the background color, and we need to fix the navbar at the top, so navbar is going to always visible. So this state is for maintaining that. Make sure that you import use state, and the value of it is going to be false. So whenever the page is scroll, we are going to change the value. And what else is, let's have the other states afterwards. Just give me a minute. And now inside of this, instead of just a div, this is going to be motion.div, motion.div, and we need to import motion from framer motion. Import motion from framer motion, and we'll also get the animate presence. And inside of this, instead of the navbar, let's have the navbar, but we'll just give it a class name first. class name is going to be dynamic. So first it's fixed at top, then left of 0, right of 0, and z index of 50, transition all, duration 300 millisecond, and we'll check if the navbar is scrolled. Then if it's scrolled, then we need to give it a background of black with 95, and backdrop blur with medium. And if it's not scrolled, then background would be just transparent. That's it. And now let's give some animations to this. So let's give it initial, which is going to be initially it's at y minus 100, and when it animates, we need the y at 0. This would be an object, and the transition property would be a duration of 0.5 seconds for half a second. And now inside of this our navbar would be there. So what should be here is one thing that I want to complete is when we scroll we need to change this thing. So let's complete that as well. So we will have a use effect hook here, and this use effect would run uh, as soon as the page gets loaded, and will create an handle scroll function here. I'm going to define this afterwards. First, I'm going to add an event listener. So window dot add event listener, and whenever we scroll the page, I want to have this handle scroll function to be executed. So that's our event listener as soon as our page is loaded. And when we return from this page, as soon as this component is unmounted, we need to remove this event listener of scroll with handle scroll. And now inside of this handle scroll, what we will do is whenever uh, it's scrolled, we'll check if window dot scroll y property is greater than 20. So what this will do is whenever we scroll the page, this function would be executed because it's an event listener. And it will check, so it will just set true or false based on this condition. So if window dot screen y is greater than 20, so if the scrolled property is greater than 20 pixels, then we'll have a navbar with black color, or else it's going to be just transparent. So this is for that. And now if we head over here, okay, we need to mark this component as a client component, use client. And we do have the navbar here at the background. And if I scroll, I'm not able to scroll because we don't have any content. So just give me a minute, I guess. Let's head over to our layout in our e-commerce file, and I'm going to wrap a div around our children, and let's give this a class name of padding y of 20, and that should fix stuff. And now let's give this a height of 10,000 pixels like this. And yeah, I just wanted to show you that because of scrolling stuff, if I refresh the page, our navbar is here, and as soon as I scroll the page, you can see that the navbar background is black color. But if I revert it, it's not working. I think we will fix that eventually after our components would be there. So let's remove this hide property, and let's head over to the navbar. And now let's style the navbar further. Uh, Background transparent, the spelling is correct. And What else? Yeah, inside of this, first we'll have a div with class name as max width of 7xl and mx of auto, padding x of 4. Whenever it's small, we need padding x of 6 and large padding x of 8. And let's give it a flex. Let's give it a item center, justify between, and height of 16. And inside of this we'll have our logo, so let's give it a flex and item center. And inside of this we'll have a link tag from next link, and href would be slash route. So navbar would be visible on all of the pages apart from auth pages. So for example, we are on the cart page, and if we click on the logo, then we'll be redirected to the slash page, which is our home page. So that is of that. And let's give it the class name of flex shrink of 0. And inside of this we'll have a motion dot span component, which will have our animation. So give it a class name of text 2xl, font bold, background clip text, and text transparent, text transparent, background gradient to right, and we'll give it a gradient from our theme color, which is 00 ff, and 2 hash 00 cc, just like this. And we'll give it an animation property. So while hover, whenever we hover over this logo, we need to scale this logo to 1.05. And while tap, whenever we tap on this, we need to scale it to 0.95. So it's not a big animation, but it will have some effects. So let's write one store, which is the name of our application. And if I head over to the navbar, we have this. Perfect. So we have our navbar. It's here. And now let's move forward. So after this div, we'll have another div, which would be hidden first. And then when it's medium, we'll give it a flex, item center, space x of 4. And inside of this div, we'll have a motion.div. And let's give it a class name of relative. And initial is going to be false. And when we animate, we'll check if search is open or closed based on that. But we need to create some ref and the animate property and everything. For whenever we click on the search button, we need to open the search bar with some animations. So for that, first let's create a state component to check if search is open or closed. So for that, I'm going to create use state snippet again, and we'll write is search open. And then initially the search is not opened, then we'll check if it's opened or not. And then we'll also have use state snippet for search query to maintain the search query. And what else we need is the search ref. So const search ref equals to use ref. Make sure that you import use ref, and initially this is going to be null, and the type of this is going to be HTML div element like this. And while we are here, let's get the router from use router as well. So this is from next navigation, not next router. And we'll have a typing text animation. So for that, what typing text animation would be is the typing animation when the search bar opens up. So for that, we'll also create a use state snippet of typing text. set typing text, and this is going to be an empty string for now. And uh, what else is, whenever our search is open, we need to execute our typing text. So we'll do that afterwards. But now inside of this motion.dev, we have this animate property. If if our search bar is open, it's true, then we need open, or else we will have closed property here. And the ref is going to be search ref. Why it's not working? Yeah, it's here, search ref. And inside of this we'll have our motion.form, because we are using a search bar, and motion.form. And on submit, we will have a function named as handle submit. So let's create that function. So const handle submit equals to arrow function like this, and we will get an event here, but we'll do that afterwards. So our form is here with motion.submit. Let's give this a class name of flex items center, and let's give it a variant. So variants, and whenever the variant is open, then we'll give it the width of 300 pixel. And whenever the variant is of type closed, I guess open, and this is going to be closed, then we'll give it the width of 40 pixels. So only the search icon is visible if the uh, it's closed. And after this we'll have an input element. Make sure that you import it from components UI input. And inside of this input, first we'll give it a type which is of type text, and then we'll give it a placeholder which is typing text, and value is going to be search query, and class name is going to be background gray of 800, and border gray of 700, text of white, and width of full. And one more thing that I wanted to give here is on change property. So on change, we will get the event and we'll set a search query with e.target.value, just like this. So our input component would be there. If I, yeah, we but need a button first. So we'll have a button here which will trigger our showing of input. So the button will have the search. So search would be from Lucid React icon, and we'll give it a class name of height of 5, width of 5, and text gray of 300. And when we hover over this, we need text as our theme color, which is hash 00FFFF, like this. And let's try here. Okay, we have this kind of thing here. So let's fix it further. Let's give it a class name of absolute, and right of 0, and top of 0, and bottom of 0. And let's give it a type which is going to be of submit. And let's give it a size of icon, and on click property, on not on can play, on click property, which would be an arrow function. If a search bar is not open, then we'll set is search open to true, like this, and that would open up the navbar. So if I click over this, it would open the navbar, and the type is submit and the form is being submitted. So we need to prevent default there. So let's have this handle search first. So inside of handle search, we'll get an event which is going to be react dot form event. And now inside of this, first we'll have event dot prevent default. And if search query dot length is there, then we'll push uh, it to our search page, search with search term as search query, like this. And now if I click over this, our search bar is opened, and if I type anything like iPhone, and if I click on this, then we'll be redirect to the search page with the search term as iPhone. So that's working. And now let's have an typing animation here. So for that typing animation, we'll create a use effect. So after this use effect, I'm going to have a use effect here. And what I will do is, uh, whenever is search open is changed, this should have, and if search open is true, if is search open is true, then we'll execute our animation, or else we'll have set typing text as like empty. So we'll have the text as search products, like this, and we'll have a counter, and const typing interval equals to set interval, and we'll check if I is less than text dot length. I'll explain you the stuff, just give me a minute. We'll set typing text as text dot slice 0, I plus 1, and I plus plus, or else we'll clear the interval of typing interval. Let me save this, and this should run every 100 milliseconds. And if I head over to my navbar, open this, you can see that we have this kind of animation. So we were doing this because we want to do that animation. And now let me explain you. So what we are doing is, first we are defining this text. So we need an animation on this text. We'll have an counter variable of I, and then we have an interval. So every 100 millisecond, we want to set a new text. So what we are doing is, this loop will run till our search products length is not complete with the I variable. So we are checking this with this condition, and we are just setting the type text by slicing with 0 to I plus 1. So consider our I is 0 first. So this text dot slice would be 0, and I plus 1 would be 0 plus 1, which is this S. So it will take that and type that SE there, and then it will again, after 100 milliseconds, it would continue and get the next thing till this condition is not false. And if I is greater than this, then it would be false, and it would be in else condition, and then it will just clear the interval. So that's it. So that's the animation that we are doing. If we refresh the page again, that works. And now what I want to do is, just give me a minute. Yeah, after this button, I need to end the motion.form and motion.dev, and I'm going to have another motion.dev. So motion.dev, and this would have while hover, we want to scale 1.1, and while tap, we want to scale to 0.9, and inside of this we'll have a link with wish list, and I'm going to have my code pasted. So this is a link with slash wishlist, and on click I don't want to do anything here. So wishlist page is not defined here. You can add this functionality by your own using OneEntry, and we have this button and just this text. So if I head over here, we have this kind of thing here, and now after this we'll have the shopping cart. So I'm just going to copy this thing from here, paste it again, and this time this is going to be cart, and we need to have this handle menu item click. So I guess handle menu item click should not be necessary. Okay, so whenever we are clicking on this, we need to uh, switch off the responsive menu. So we are doing this for that, but we have not defined the responsive menu, so we are just not doing that. And instead of heart, we'll have a shopping cart here. Shopping cart, make sure that you import shopping cart from Lucid React, and I guess this is it. But with this button, we will also give this a class name of relative, because whenever we have items in our product cart, then we need to show the number of items in a red text on this. So for that, we are just defining this relative, but we'll do that after we have our cart value. So this is complete. So this navbar stuff we have like this here, and when we will scroll it would be an empty buttons. So for now this is done, and I'm not sure why this is not looking perfect. Just give me a minute, I'll just check it out. When it's closed, the width should be 40 pixels. Let's give the width as 39 pixels, or even less, 30 pixels. Okay, 30 pixels seems to work, or let's give it a 35 pixels. Yeah, 35 pixels, and it's not visible, and now it's visible. So we had that kind of animation, and that's complete. Now we will have login or sign up buttons here, or if we are already logged in, then we will have our context menu with our profile icon. So first let's have the button for the login and sign up, and then we will have the our actual logged in user. So now let's head over to the VS Code, and first we are going to define a state here, which is for user. So use state snippet user set user and set user, and this is going to be null, and the type of this is going to be iUser entity. Make sure that you import it from OneEntry package, and it could be iUser entity or null at start. So the type of it is like this. Now what we are going to do is first the user is going to be null, so we need to show it accordingly. So after this motion.dev, what I will be doing is we'll check if there is a user, then sorry, if there's not a user, or let's see, if we have a user, then we need to show fragments, or else if we don't have the user, we'll show this div. with class name as flex and space x of 2 and this div. And inside of this we'll have motion.div, and we'll give it a, no, we don't need to give it a class name. We'll just give it a while hover 1.05 and while tab 0.95. So we can copy that from here, paste it, and inside of our motion.div, I'm going to have a link tag again, and this is going to be href to slash auth. And remember we had that auth type search param, so that is used here. So whenever we click login button from here, then automatically the login form in our auth page would be opened, and if we click on the sign up, that would be opened. So let's inside of this I'm going to have a button variant is going to be outline, and let's give it a class name. So class name would be background transparent. Text is going to be hash 00FFFF, and border is going to be let's do one thing. I'm going to add this color of theme color inside our Tailwind config, so we don't have to type it everywhere. So inside of theme extend colors, I'm going to have custom color, or we can have custom theme color as the color hash and string like this. And let's see if we are able to use that custom theme color. So instead of this, we'll have text custom theme color, and perfect. So I'm not changing it everywhere. You can just change it by yourself. I'm not going to waste the time. So border custom theme color like this. And whenever we hover, the background would be custom theme color. And when we hover, the text should be black. Let's save it and let's see the button. Okay, we need to write something inside of our button. Inside of this button, I'm going to write login. Head over to here and we have this login with animation. And when we are hovering over this, the animation is also there of while hover scale 1.5. You can see it here. And when we click over this, our login form is here. Seems good, right? Now let's have the sign up button. So I'm going to copy this motion.div from here, paste it, change this to sign up, and this to sign up as well. Other animations remain the same, but I'm going to remove this variant of outline, remove this transparent, or I'm just going to remove all of this class name, and background is going to be custom theme color, text is black, and when we hover over it, I want the background to uh, hash 00CCC like this. And now let's try it. Sign up, and we are with the sign up form. Login, we are at the login form. Okay, so this is working. Our navbar is complete and looking good. So now let's do one thing. Let's fetch our user, and if we do have a user, then we'll show the user info here with the drop down and everything, and then we will able to log out the user as well. And after that, we'll style the responsive navbar, and then our navbar would be completed. So now let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to our VS Code, and I am going to create a new server action to get a user session. So get user session, so that would be used to get our user if they are already logged in. So first I'm going to create an interface for error. I already created that. Yeah, I'm going to copy that I error from here and paste it, and let's create the server action. Also mark this component as use server, and export default async function of get user session, and inside of this we'll get our API client equals to await uh, fetch API client, and const access token equals to cookies. We have our access token stored inside cookies, remember? So cookies dot get, and we'll get the access token, and we'll get its value. And if there is no access token, we'll return null, or else we'll have a try catch block here. And inside of the try catch block, first I'm going to have catch error as unknown, and uh, if error is instance of error, and error as unknown as I error. Okay, I error has been imported from the this one. So instead of I error, we'll have I error response dot. Okay, we need to wrap this entire thing in a bracket like this. And then we'll have dot status code triple equals to 401. Then we'll return undefined, or else we'll console dot error that failed to retrieve user retrieve user session, and then we'll have the error. We'll have this kind of thing. And what else inside of the, have we written the try catch block? No, we have written it. Sorry for that. So inside of this try block, what I will do is I will get the current user by current user equals to await API client dot users dot will set the access token first for the user, and then we'll get the user. So you can head over to Headless CMS OneEntry, and inside the users right here, we can get the users like this. Get user, yeah, it's here. Get user, users dot get user, and we are also setting the access token. So with that, our access token would be set, and it will get our user. And now inside of this, we'll check if there is no current user or not current user dot id. Then we'll throw a new error that invalid user data or missing user id, just like this. And now we'll the return the current user. That's it. So our get user session is done. And now let's head over to our navbar, and navbar, and inside the navbar we are going to define a use effect hook, and we'll get the user. So use effect, and this use effect should run once our component is mounted. So const fetch user equals to async arrow function, and let's fetch the user, and inside of this I'm going to have a try catch block for error handling. Error, and if there's an error then we'll just console, not confirm, console dot error the error, and inside the try block I'm going to have user data is equals to await get user session, and that's it. And if there is user data inside of this, then we'll set the user with user data, and I'm also going to console out the user data to just show you what's inside the user data, like this. And we need to mark this component, the function, as async because we are calling the server action. And now let's head over to our e-commerce app, inspect, console, and the consoles from our navbar are they here? Yeah, we do have the user identifier with our user form data and everything. So our name is here and the identifier, which is our email, is also here. So now let's use that in our other component, which is going to be a drop down. So let's head over to ShadCN, and from ShadCN I'm going to use the drop down component from here. Yes, this drop down menu. So we are going to use something like this. So the code for that is just the drop down menu and everything. So I'm going to install this first, npm, open up my terminal, paste it over here, and let's remove the console from here, and let's wait for this to complete its installation. Done. Now let's write npm run dev. Now remember that we had fragments here for this. So instead of that, I'm going to use the drop down menu. Make sure that you import all of the components from the UI drop down menu, not Radix UI. So drop down menu, and inside of this we'll have drop down menu trigger, and this is going to be as child, and inside of this we'll have a button which would have a variant of ghost, and class name is going to be relative, height of 8, width of 8, rounded full. And inside of this we are going to have an avatar component. So avatar component needs to be installed as well. So this avatar component, so we are going to copy this npm, and I'm going to install that as well, paste it, add avatar, and let's wait for it. It's done. Npm run dev, and now I'm going to able to use the avatar, and let's give this avatar a class name which is going to be height of 8 and width of 8, and then let's give it an avatar fallback, and this is going to be having a class name of background, and this is going to be our theme color, and this will have user dot form data dot find, user dot form data dot find will have f, and f dot marker triple equals to name, and will get its value, and the first character with caret 0. And if we head over here, refresh our page, then we should have the D here, I guess. Okay, it is not able to find F. Okay, so this is an arrow function like this. Now F, okay, it's name live, I guess. It's not able to find that f dot marker name live. So let's console our uh, user data, and let's see what's the error. User data, inspect console, the consoles from navbar. So user dot form data of 0, we have the marker as name live, and the caret would be inside the value. So let me see what's the error. User dot form data dot find, where the form dot marker is name live, and from it we need its value. This arrow function is okay. uh, this should be completed, and we have its value like this, and value dot caret. So let's remove this thing from here, and let's see, do we have it? Okay, we have the entire name in here, but we need the caret. So it's char. Okay, the spelling is not correct. It's because of that. And now we have the k. So that is working. Now when we click on this, we need to open up the drop down. So let's do that. And after this avatar, this button and drop down menu trigger, we are going to have drop down menu content from here. Let's give it a class name of with 56, class name with 56, background gray of 900, not teal but gray 900, and then we'll give it a border gray of 800, and text gray of 100, and then we'll give it an align prop for end, and force mount prop is also to be given. And then inside of this we'll have drop down menu label. So drop down menu label component, and inside of this we are going to have class name as font normal, and inside of this I am going to have a div with a class name of flex call. Okay, class name flex call, and space y of 1. Inside of this we'll have a p tag with a class name of text small, font medium, leading none, and we'll have text as theme color. And inside of p tag we'll have this thing right here. So we'll copy this from here, we'll just paste it, but instead of this caret 0 we'll just have the entire value here. And after this p tag we'll have another p tag with class name as text xs leading none, and text gray of 400, and inside of this we'll have our user dot identifier, which would be our email, I guess. So you can see that when we click it here, it's opening the context menu, and we have our name and email here as well. Perfect. And now let's style it further. Now what should we do is we'll have a drop down menu separator, and then we'll have another drop down menu items. So I'm just going to copy this things to just not waste the time. So after this drop down menu label, I'm going to copy this drop down menu separator, import it. It's just separator component. Then we'll have another item, and we'll get the user to the user profile. And then for notifications, make sure that you have href to profiles and orders. Notifications doesn't work. And for logging out, we'll have this handle logout function, and we'll have this logout icon. And when we click over this, we would need to log out, so we need to create this const handle logout here. So const handle logout is going to be an async arrow function like this. And now let's head over to the here, and yeah, we have this is working. If I click on this, we are to the profile page, and everything is working. Yeah, it's looking good. And now let's do the logout functionality. Okay, so now for logout, what I wanted to do is let's create a new server action for logout inside of auth, new file, logout.ts, and inside of this, first we'll have an error response. So I'm just going to uh, have use server first, and then I'm going to paste my interface, and I'm going to export default async function, which is going to be logout action. And we don't get any parameters, but instead of this, first we'll get our cookies store, which is cookies from next headers, and we'll get the refresh token and access token. So const refresh token equals to cookies dot get refresh token dot value. And let's get the access token as well. Access token equals to cookies dot get access token, and the value. And let's get our API client. So API client is equals to fetch API client, and if there is no refresh token or no access token, then we'll return message as you are not currently logged in. And we'll have a try catch block here to log out the user. And inside of catch block, I'm just going to have some simple errors. So I'm going to copy it from here and paste it: catch console error, error during logout, error, and throw new error and error occurred while logging out. And inside of try block, what we will be doing is we'll just log out. So const logout response equals to await API client dot u auth provider dot set access token. So we need to also tell OneEntry that we are logging out this user. So we'll use the logout method, and we'll pass in the email live authentication provider, email live, and we'll pass in the refresh token like this. And if type of logout response uh, is not equal boolean, then we'll have an error. So error is just going to be like this: error response equals to logout response as I error response, and return the message. And if we are able to delete that, so we'll delete our cookies as well. So cookie store dot delete the refresh token like this. And we'll copy this and do the same for this access token. And we'll also set this again. So I am going to copy this, paste it, and instead of delete, we are going to use the set method here, and we'll pass in an empty string, and we'll pass in a max age of 0 to uh, make sure if this delete is not working, then we'll set it and set it to 0, and we'll return a message that logout successful. Now this is complete, and if we head over to the navbar, and in here after this we have this logout and handle logout. So inside of handle logout we need to use our server action. So first, before doing anything, I'm going to write await here, await handle logout, and we don't need a response from here. So after logout, we want our user to be on the slash route, and we'll also set the user to null after logout, and we'll have, that's it, I guess that's it. So we have the user, we are going to refresh the page, we have the user, and on click of logout we do have an error that maximum call stack size exceeded. And why is that error? Async await and logout. Oh, uh, I'm calling this handle logout from here. So it's not handle logout, it's logout action. So I'm calling this function inside of this function. So it's an infinite loop. So now let's try to log out. And yeah, we are successfully logged out. And if I refresh the page, it's logged out again. And let's try to log in. And I guess it was this account. Sign in. We're able to sign in. Let's refresh the page and we'll be having our user session. And let's log out. And yeah, our logout functionality is done. Now we need to have our navbar responsive. So if I shrink it, everything is hidden here, but when we'll have an hamburger menu here, when we click it, we want a separate mobile responsive navbar here. So let's do that. So now for responsive navbar, let's open up this responsive mode. And now first what should we do is let's have the hamburger. So I'm going to do one thing. Shrink this and shrink our code editor as well. Why it's happening like that? Okay, now this left side, this is right side, and let's shrink this further. Perfect. And let's close this. Now in the code editor, what I want to do is after the auth, uh, let's close this, and let's close this as well. So after this thing and this div right here, we'll have another div. Uh, let's give it a class name of flex. And whenever the size is greater than medium, we need to hide it. Flex and items of center. And inside of that, we will have our motion dot button. So we'll have motion dot button. And inside of that, uh, we'll have we'll first have to check if the mobile menu is open. So for that we need to store a new state at the top. So let's do that. Use state snippet, and inside of this we are going to have is mobile menu open, and initially it's going to be false. And what else? uh There are a few more things we have to do, but we'll do that afterwards. First, Inside of this, what should we do is, uh, let's check, is mobile menu open? If it's not open, then we will show an X icon from Lucid React, or will show a menu icon from Lucid React. And it's not visible. So let's give this some class names. So this motion dot button doesn't have any class name, but the icons would have class name. So this is going to have height of 6, width of 6, text gray of 300. Let's save it, and still not visible. So let's copy this and give this to here as well. And I think I need to refresh the page. Yeah, now we do have the hamburger menu. Now, on click of this, we need to open the menu. So we need to have an on click listener on this button. So on click, and we are going to have set is mobile menu open, and we'll revert set is mobile menu open. And when we click over this, we'll have this. But now let's give some animations over this. So while we hover over this, we want to scale its size to 1.1, and while we tap over this, while tap will scale it to 0.9. So we'll have a smooth animation there. Let's try it. Yeah, you can see when we hover over this, its size is increasing, and when we tap it, it's just decreasing. So there's a smooth animation effect there. Now when we open and close this, we need to have the menu there. So now let's do that. Now we'll have an animate presence component. So we'll leave all of this divs, and we'll have animate presence. And inside of this, this would be visible when his mobile menu is open. And when it's open, we need to show this motion.div, and we need to give several of animation properties here. So first, let's wrap that up. So class name, whenever it is medium, we need this to be hidden and background should be black. Then initially, the position of this would be, sorry, not position, but opacity would be 0, and the height would be 0 as well. And when we animate it, we want its opacity to be 1. Also, the height is going to be set to auto, so that it just adjusts it height automatically. And whenever it exits, we also need to give it an opacity of 0 and height of 0 as well. So we have that opening and closing animation. And we want to give a transition property of duration 0.3 seconds, which is 300 milliseconds. And nothing should happen now because there's no content inside of it. So we need to give content inside of this, but we will also need to have a ref here. So I'm going to declare a mobile ref at the top. So after this search ref, I've created this mobile menu ref, use ref, HTML development, null, nothing special. And in here, I'm going to pass that ref here. So ref is going to be mobile menu ref. And what else? So why we are using that ref? So what we'll be doing is, whenever the menu is open, if the user clicks outside of the menu, like this is the menu, and if the user clicks here, then we need to close that menu automatically. So to detect that if the user has clicked inside of the menu or outside of the menu, we need to use a ref. So we'll do that afterwards. And now let's have another div with a class name of px of 2, padding top of 2, padding bottom of 3, space y of 1, and small padding x of 3, And inside of this we are going to have a form, and the action, not action, but we'll have on submit property here. So on submit we need to have handle search. So this is self-explanatory. We are using this because we need to have that input for the uh, searching of products. So on submit we are going to have handle submit, and the class name is going to be margin bottom of 4, and inside of this we are going to use the input tag. So let's use it input, and let's give it a type of text placeholder, which is going to be search products. And what else should we give here is the value. So value is going to be search query, and on change is going to be e, and we'll set the search query to e.target.value. And after this we'll give it a class name to make it more beautiful. So background gray of 800 would be there, border gray of 700 would be there, text of white would be there, width of full would be there. And this is not bg, this is border. So border gray of 700. Let's open it and check it. Yeah, perfect. If we search for any product, for example, let's search for Apple, hit enter, and we are inside the search route with search term as Apple. Perfect, it's working. So now after this form, we don't need to have any submit button. We can just use it using enter button, and we'll have a link tag here, link, and this is for wish list. So it's super simple. I'm just going to copy and paste the stuff. Link wishlist on click, handle menu item click. So what this handle menu item click would do is, whenever we click on any of the property here, so let me have the menu, and we need to define this function as well. So let's define it, and I'm going to explain you why we are doing that. And while we are doing that, let me close all of this other stuff. We don't need this form as well. And let's close all of this. Don't need it. So const handle menu item click equals to arrow function, and what we'll be doing is we are going to just close this mobile menu. So we'll set is mobile menu as false. So whenever we are clicking any value, it will close automatically. So when I click over this cart, it will close and change the page to cart, because this thing are the navbar and the footer are common to all components. So if I don't close it, and let me show you, if I click over this and click on cart again, you can see that it's not being closed. So any interaction over this, we need to close it. So if I click over this again, it should close. So that is because of that. And we have the cart, and what else do we require? Just a minute. Yeah, now so we'll have the user profile and everything. So it's also been done one time, so I'm just going to copy and paste some of things. So this is the div, and inside of that, if we do have the user, then we need to show the user, and if we don't have the user, we'll show the login buttons. So we'll have this user, and we don't need this avatar image, and user with div avatar fallback, just like we did above. And if I open this menu, the UI would be the same. I think we don't have the user. It's because of that. And if we don't have the user, then we need to uh, just show the login and sign up button. So Let me do it. So I'm just going to copy some code again. And after this code block, I'm just going to show you just a minute. So yeah, we have this login and sign up, and what we did here is this was done, and we again checked for the user. If the user is already logged in, then we need to have this link with the profile, notifications and orders. So this classes are the same, and on click we need to close it, and we are using href, so it would be changed to page automatically. And same as notification, same as orders, and we have this button to log out. So button is also simple. And now if the user is not logged in, then we are seeing this UI, which is the link for login and sign up, one and the same, and that makes our component complete. If I log in again and give the password, sign in, and if I open the navbar, you can see we have this kind of UI. So why there's no background here? So I guess to the avatar fallback, let's give it a background of theme color and text of black, and let's open it again. It's not visible. Okay, the name should be name live here. Name live. Save it. We have it. And same goes for here. Name live. And we do have the name. So fixed. Now, what else is yeah, if we click anywhere outside of this, this should be closed. So we need to make sure that that is also working. So at the top, I'm going to use one more use effect here. Use effect, and inside of this, I'm going to have const handle click outside equals to event, which is going to be of mouse event, and it's just a function, and this would only run once whenever the component is mounted. And what I'm going to do is document dot add event listener whenever mouse down is pressed, and handle click outside should run, and when the component unmounts, we need to deregister this event listener. So document dot remove event listener mouse down event, and pass in the function that we do want to deregister. And now let's write the logic inside of this component, not component but the function. So if mobile menu ref dot current is already there, and not mobile menu ref dot current dot contains event dot target, which is of type node, and search ref dot current and not search ref dot current dot contains event dot, not this, event dot target, which is of type node. Then we want to proceed further and set is mobile menu as false. So what we did here is, I'll explain you the conditions. So we are checking if we have clicked anywhere inside of this. So for example, if I click anywhere inside of here, the we should check that if we have clicked inside of this, and if we have clicked over the search icon on anywhere, then it should also not close. But when we click outside of this, it should close automatically. So we have handled that. And remember, inside of this we also had this on click, handle menu item click, we need to uncomment those now as well. So that's it. Let me see if the responsiveness is working correctly. It is. Yeah, so it's responsive and it's complete. Let's try to log out. And yeah, we have been logged out. So we will do one more thing. Whenever we log out, we again want to set as mobile menu as false so that it's closed, and we click on this one store. If we are inside the cart page and the menu is open and we click on this one store, yeah, it is closing. But now let's try to log in and check. And now when we try to log out, it would close the navbar automatically and it's already logged out. So yeah, our navbar is completed entirely. So yeah, now let's proceed further with the we'll have a section here for the image, and then we'll have the products and footer. So first let's complete the footer. So let's do that. So now let's head over to footer.tsx, and I'm not going to create this component. I'm just going to uh, paste this component and show you, because there's nothing coding that we have done. It's just a simple footer component with static data. We have this logo, this text, and this demo text again, and this one store branding. So it's a motion.footer. So we have this framer motion animations whenever initially the opacity of 0, and when we have it on the component, then it should animate and have the opacity. Duration is 0.5 seconds, and when we hover over any of this, we need to scale its size. So that's the stuff. And let me do one thing. I'm going to have it like this so you can see what we have written. This is just basic JavaScript. Done. So our footer is complete. Now I would like to close all of this so it's not cluttered here. Now next we should have the homepage banner. So let's do that. Okay, no. So now let's head over to the page.tsx of e-commerce, and one more thing I would like to do is I would like to get one of the image that we are going to use. You can use any image in the app. So we need to have a public directory. We don't have any public directory. No, we don't have it. Let's create new folder, public at the top level, and inside of public I'm going to have banner1.webp. Banner1.webp, it's just an image. You can use any image here. So let us move forward. Inside of page.tsx, what should we do is first let's remove this custom data. And one more thing I would like to do is get the banner data. So it's just a static data banner ID. If you want to have more banners, you just have to add something more here and you can have it here. And inside of this, we'll have a use state snippet to check if the component is loading. So is loading, set is loading, and initially this is going to be true. Yeah, because whenever the page loads, we need to fetch the product. So it's loading. So because of that loading state, we are able to see the skeletons, product loading skeletons. And inside of this, first we'll give it a class name of min height of screen. background gray of 900. Then we'll give it a text gray of 100, and inside of this we'll have a main class with class name of container, then mx of auto, padding x of 4, padding y of 8, and again inside of this we'll have a section class name with margin bottom of 12, and inside of this we'll have a motion dot dev. So we are going to animate this banner as well. So class name relative class name like this. Oh, I need to import the motion. So I'm not sure why, but Framer motions motion is not being imported automatically from Framer motion like this. Now we'll have the class name, and class name is going to be relative overflow hidden rounded large. Then we'll have shadow of large, and inside of this we'll also give it an animation properties of initially this is going to be opacity of 0, then animate it's going to have opacity of 1, and transition it's going to have a duration of 0.5, just like this. And now inside of this motion.dev we are just going to have another motion.dev. So let's do one thing. I'm going to grab this motion.dev, paste it, and let's tweak the class name. So I'm going to have the relative, and I don't need other class names. So width is going to be full, height is going to be of 400 pixels, and initially opacity would be 0, and y would be at -50, and whenever we animated the y should be as 0, and transition is 0.5 seconds, and delay we need to add a delay here of 0.2 seconds. And now inside of this our image would be there. So let me grab my image. I'm not going to write it. Image, make sure that you import image from next image source else layout object fit and class name. And if we head over to the UI, okay, we need to mark this component as client component. So use client, and we can remove this button import from here. And yeah, we have the image, so it's also animating perfect. Now after this we'll just have the title and everything. So after this image we'll have another div with certain class names. So we'll have absolute, then what else should we have? Inset of 0, then background black, background opacity of 50. So we'll have all of this text inside of the image container on top of it. So we have given the absolute positioning, justify center, item center, and text center as well. And with that we'll also give it a padding of 8 on all the sides. And now inside of this div I'm going to have an h2 which will have a class name of text 4xl. Then we'll have font bold, margin bottom of 4, text of white, and inside of this I'm going to have banners of 0 dot title. And now I'm going to have a p tag with a class name of text xl. We'll also give it a margin bottom of 8 and a text gray of 300. And inside of this we'll have banners of 0 dot description. So banners of 0 dot description like this, and after this b tag I'm going to have a button component. We shouldn't have to remove that button component. So class name background is going to be theme color, and when we hover over it we need the background to be #00cc and text black and font semi bold. just like this. And inside of this, we'll write shop now. And after this, we'll have an arrow right. And this will have a class name, margin left of 2, height of 4, width of 4. And if we head over here, perfect. So it's complete. So this banner is complete. Now let's have the loading skeletons here. And we have the navbar, but seems strange. The navbar should be uh, closed. Not closed, but when we are at the top, the navbar shouldn't have the black color. So I also need to fix that. So I'll do that afterwards, but let's have the loading animations first. So after this button, we'll end this dev, this both motion.dev will also end this section, and we'll check if is loading is true. Then we'll have our own, sorry, this is end and motion.dev. If it's loading, then we'll have the key as loading, and initially we need the opacity of 0, and when we animate it, we need the opacity at 1. Opacity 1 will give it a transition property. No, we don't need a transition, but we'll give it an exit animation. So whenever the original products are loaded, we don't need the skeleton. So we are going to have the exit animation for that. And we'll also give it a class name. So class name would have grid calls of 1. If it's screen type of medium, then grid calls of 2. If the screen is large, then we'll have grid calls of 4 and gap of 6 between all of them. And now inside of this, I'm going to just have an array of 8 and spread it to have 8 components that are loading. So just give me a minute. Inside of this, I pasted this code, array of 8, spreading the array and mapping all of those with the demo values, and it should have the skeleton now. So you can see that we have this kind of skeleton. Uh, it will not go for now because we will remove this when the actual products are loaded, and this is also responsive. Let me show you that. If I do this is still responsive, so skeletons are also responsive. Done. Complete. Now let me look at the navbar, why it's not reverting to its original state. uh, if it's scrolled, then we need a background black of 95 and backdrop blur of medium, or else we need the background to be transparent. So whenever a navbar is loaded, the states are proper, but as soon as it's being done, okay, I think it's because we need to change this to motion.nav instead of motion.dev. Let's check if that works. No, it was not because of that, but still we had to use motion.nav instead of motion.dev because semantic HTML. Now initial y minus 100, animate y of 0. What else? Duration 0.5 seconds. And what am I missing here? So set is scrolled, handle scroll function where it is. handle scroll, set is scroll, window dot scroll. Okay, it's not screen Y, but it's scroll Y. It's because of that. And now, yeah, it's working. Perfect. And there's something different about this buttons as well. So let's head over to that button and let's give it a variant of ghost. Which button it's the wish list button. Looking good, but it's not looking when good when we hover over it. So let's give outline. Not looking good. Let's have secondary. Still not looking good. Let's leave it. We'll style that afterwards. So we have fixed the navbar issue. It's done, and our banner is also here, and the skeletons are also here. Now we'll have to do the products things on OneEntry. First, we'll need to create catalogs, then we'll create certain products, and then we'll get all that catalogs and products and list all of those here. So let's do that. So now I'm at my OneEntry panel, and in here I'm at the catalogs, and I have already created this 4 catalogs with smartphone, wearables, gaming and computers, which already has some data inside of this. So I'm going to create a new catalog from here. So for that, we need to head over the pages and create a page, and we are going to select a page type. So we'll select this for catalog pages, and the page title should be what we are using here. So let's use this for accessories, and page URLs should be accessories. Make sure that this is in small letters because that would be a URL, and name of the menu item of the page. So we can use this accessories here, and we don't need to do anything here. Inside of categories, we don't have to do anything, but we need to select a set of attributes. So we need to create some attributes for this, and let's do that. Head over to the settings, and we have created some attributes already for gaming, computers, wearables and smartphone. We can use any of the attributes for this, but I'm going to create a new set of attributes which is accessories, and marker is going to be accessories as well, and this is going to be for products. Create a new set of attributes, and inside of this I'm going to use my same attributes for the products. So I'm going to use a name, so we can use it. It's not name, it's going to be p underscore name, p underscore name. It's p title, yeah, it's p title. Create, then we'll have p description, like this. Let it use it, and if you don't have that marker, you just have to give it a name marker and type, and it would automatically do that, but I have already done it. So p description, then we will have p image, and type of this would be an image. Then we'll have p price, p underscore price, and let it create. Then we'll have p underscore currency, to store which currency we are using. You need to do this step, and let's create it. So we have created 5 things: title, description, image, price and currency. Title is string, description is text, images of type image, price is of type integer, currency is of type string. If you need to change any of it, you can check on that settings and you can change the marker. And now for the price, I'm going to head over to the settings and I'm going to enable this contains price here. So this would be useful when we are creating orders. And for currency, we are going to have contains currency. And if you are using tax rate or anything in your system, then you would also need to create a new attribute set of tax rate and then select this is for tax rate. So pretty simple. Now let's head over to the catalog again, and we have this catalog of accessories. I need to head over to the pages, sorry, and edit this. Head over to the attributes and why I'm not able to select that? Just a minute. Selecting a set of attributes for this page. Accessories, accessories, accessories. And let me check what I've done for variables. Variables for catalog pages, for categories. Okay, attributes have not selected anything. So I guess I have to head over to the accessories and let's create accessories. And yeah, we can select the attributes from here. We just had to create a page. It would already be then in the catalog page then, and we need to create attributes for accessories and we can use it. Now I am going to head over to Amazon, and from here uh, let's use one of this accessories. So let's use this headsets, and I am going to get this image. So we have this image and I'm going to save this image on my PC, and let's head over to background remover, and we have this remove, and I'm going to just remove the background from here. So whenever you upload the product, it looks good, and I'm going to download it. And now let's head over to OneEntry CMS, and in the accessories, let's create a product. Let's name this from this. Let's copy this OnePlus Z2 Bluetooth wireless in-ears earphones, and I'm going to copy it, the entire text, and head over here, paste the header. Let's head over to the attributes and selecting a set of attributes as accessories, and we need to provide the title, and title is the same as header. And let's grab some description from here. So let's grab this description and paste it over here and use insert only text here. And for the image, let me grab this image and paste it over here. So image is uploaded, you can see it. And let's have a price for this. So what's the price of this? It's 1800 rupees. So around $20, $22. And the currency type is going to be United States dollars. Perfect. And I have created my product. If I head back and if I head over to catalog, accessories, we have this OnePlus headphones, just like other products. And now let's do one thing. I have already created how show you how to create the products, but I'm going to show you the process once more if you are confused. So let's do something for what's a tech product. Let's do for hard disks. So I'm going to do for hard disks. So inside the pages, I'm going to create a page. Page type is going to for catalog page, and page title is going to be hard disks. and URL is going to be hard disks, and I can have a space here, hard disks, and name of the menu item of the page same, and that's done. And if we head over to the categories, we should have this hard disks. But now we also need to create some attributes. So we'll head over to the settings from here, head over to the attributes, or you can also head over to here when you are creating the page from here. And when you are inside the attributes, you can head over to the settings. We need to get over to the attributes and we need to create new attributes. So I'm going to have this hard disks, and let's have the marker as hard disks, and this is for products. Create. Now inside of this hard disks, we need to create this attribute sets, and first we are going to have a p underscore title. For example, if I don't do this and if I just, okay, let me refresh the page, just a minute. Okay, so if I give this as title and if I write p underscore title, so if I already created it, then it will give that it has a similar name, and if I don't give it, then it will just remove it. But I want it to the same for all of them. So title, p title string, then we'll have p underscore description, same, we'll have p underscore image. You can also add multiple different attributes, so it has multiple options like this. Like for example, you can have multiple images, so if you want an array of images, you can use group of images. Then if you want to have variant of this, like if we are using for hard disk, then we could give the user a selection of 2 TB, 4 TB, 8 TB. Then we can use the radio button. We also have this list and entity, so it's pretty useful. Now let's use p underscore, what should we use next? P underscore price. Create, and p underscore currency. Create, and make sure that you select price as contains price. This is an important step because when you are creating an order, you need to specify what price it is and what currency you are using. So this is an important step. Done. Now we are going to enter a new product. So let's head over to our catalog now. We have this hard disk catalog, and we are going to create a new product inside of this. I am going to copy this text, paste it, head over to attributes. I'm going to select a set of attributes, hard disks, paste the title, and let's get description from here. Copy, paste, insert only text. I'm going to price this as, what's the price of this? It's around 150 US dollars. So 150 US dollars. And now I need an image for this. So I'm going to open image in new tab, save this image locally, and I'm going to upload that image on remove.bg. Let it do its magic. Remove the background. Going to download it, head over to OneEntry, and I'm going to drop that downloaded image here. Done. Our hard disk is uploaded and our product has been created successfully. Just easy as that. So you don't have to create an admin panel just to create some products and catalog and everything. So this is the magic of OneEntry CMS. So now let's see how we can get this catalogs and there's products on our Next.js application. So let's do that. So now let's head over to Next.js application, and inside of actions, I'm going to create a new folder named as catalog. So all of the product related server actions would be inside of this catalog. Let's create a new server action named as get catalog.ts, and let's mark this as use server. And to get the catalogs, let's head over to the documentation here, and we have this pages here. So remember that all of this is a page. So the type of this is a catalog page. So what we'll be doing is, uh, inside of this, you can get root pages. So root pages would just return something like this, and the type of this page would be for catalog pages. So we'll be getting those, and do we have something more specific? No, we'll just use get root pages. So we'll just use this this API. So export const export const get catalogs equals to async function, and this asynchronous function would return promise, which would be of type iPages entity, and this is an array. So iPages entity is just a type from OneEntry, and it will have all the details that we need. And if we see the types of the pages, then you can see we have this kind of pages. So we'll get all the pages for catalog pages type inside of this, and now let's use it. So we'll have try catch block. If there's an error, then we'll console dot error that error, and we'll return an empty array from this if it's an error. And we'll have API client equals to await fetch API client, and let's get the pages. So const pages equals to await API client dot pages dot get root pages, and we'll pass in the language which is enus. And now I'm going to console the pages. So now first I have to use this server action on front end. So let's head over to our page.tsx here, and let's use a use effect hook. So use effect, and whenever the page load, we need to get the data. So const get data equals to an async function, and we'll get the data, and let's have const catalogs equals to await get catalogs, and let's console the catalogs from here. So we are not going to use this get catalogs. Instead, we are going to use get catalog with product server action that we have not created. But just for demonstration purposes, I'm showing you and calling that. So you can see that we have fetched this root pages of for catalog pages. So we need to get all of the pages which type is for catalog pages. There might be some different page, so we don't need those different pages. So inside of this, I am going to run a filter over this. So const catalog pages equals to pages dot filter, and we'll get the page from this page dot type triple equals to for catalog pages, and will return catalog dot pages if it has catalog pages of length is greater than 0. Then we'll return catalog pages or an empty array, just like this. We'll save this and we'll remove this console. And now I'm going to create a new server action that will get the products of this catalogs. So I'm going to create a new server action. The name of this is get catalog with products.ts. And inside of this, what we'll do is first it's an use server, then export const get catalog with get catalog with products equals to async function, and let's grab the API client equals to fetch API client, and we need to use await here. Then const catalogs, the type of the catalogs is going to be iPages entity, and let's get the get catalog server action that we wrote, and let's write const catalog with products equals to an empty array, and if there are catalogs then we'll loop over the catalogs. So for off loop catalogs, and we'll get the product. So to get products there is a get products by page ID inside of the products. So products, and there is this get products by page ID. So yeah, this is get products by page ID, and we'll be passing the page ID which we got inside our category. So for this we are going to use this ID, this number. So we'll get it by ID, or we can also use page URL. We could have get products by page URL. Yeah, we can also use that get products by page URL, this thing. So one and the same, but I prefer the ID way. And const price, not price, but const products equals to await API client dot products dot get products by page ID, and inside of this I will pass catalog dot ID, then I will pass undefined. So I'm doing this, just let me go over this. Get product, okay, it's not get product by ID, it's get products by page ID. So get products by page ID, and inside of this you can see that there is a ID of number, then body for filtering, and lang code and user query. So we only need 4 products because it's on our grid. So we don't want entire product list, we just need the 4 products. So the second thing, body is going to be undefined, and this language code will be enus, and the limit for our products would be 4. So from each category, each catalog, we only need 4 products. And after that, we'll have catalog with products.push, and we'll spread the catalog, and we'll also have catalog products equals to the products, just like this. And after this we'll return catalog with products like this, and let's head over to our page.tsx, and in here, you guessed it right, we'll be using get catalog with products here, and I'm going to console out the catalogs. Yeah, it's already done. So let's head over to our UI. I'm going to close all of this e-commerce websites and inspect console. I'm going to refresh this again. User data undefined, and we got our catalog. So we have got 6 catalogs. The accessories and hard disks are also here. And if I open one of them, then we'll be having the product catalog product, where it is. Yeah, it's here, catalog product. So it only has one product inside of this because I had only one product. But if I head over to the smartphone, it should have 4 products, just like this. So it has the products. Perfect. So this is done. Now we just need to create a UI for this and just map over this. So it's complete. Now let's first set the products. So for products, I'm going to use state snippet products and set its products, set products, and the type of it is going to be I catalog, and I need to create this I catalog type. So I'm going to create types at the root level, a new folder types, and inside of types I'm going to create a new file which is going to be catalog.d.ts. And for catalog we also need to create the product, so let's create product.d.ts. And I'm just going to copy my types. So we need id, localized info, price, attribute values from the product, and in the catalog we need these things: localized info, id, and catalog products. That's it. And now let's use it inside our page.tsx. So I catalog from types, and this is type of an array. Perfect. And now we'll check if catalog dot length is there. Then we'll set products to catalogs like this. And there's a TypeScript error that I'm going to ignore, so ts ignore. And we'll have set is loading to false after we have fetched the products. So let me refresh the page. Yeah, it's gone. So the products are here. So now we need to create the components to map our products here. So for that, uh, let's head over to the source code. Inside of components, I'm going to create a new uh, product catalog.tsx and a product card.tsx. So product card.tsx, and let's write RFC here and RFCE here as well. And let's use the product catalog inside our page.tsx. Just a minute. Let's head over to this page.tsx. At the end, after this motion.dev, I'm going to use products.map, get the catalog, and we'll have product product catalog. Okay, I need to save this, and this is product catalog, and let's copy this, paste it, and product catalog like this. Let's pass in a key which is going to be catalog dot id like this. And let's head over to the UI, and we have the product catalog. So we'll have 6 product catalogs because we had the 6 catalogs. And now let's pass in the title and the products. So title is going to be catalog dot localized info dot title, and products is going to be catalog dot catalog products dot items, just like this. Let's head over to product catalog, and inside of this, instead of this div, I'm going to use a section here. Let's give this section a class name of margin bottom of 12, and inside of this I'm going to use an h2 with class name as text 3xl, then font bold. We'll give it a margin bottom of 8. Text is going to be theme color, custom theme color, and that's it. And let's use the title here. Also we need to get the props, so let's use the props here, title and products. So the type is going to be title is of type string, and products can be I product array, and now we have the title, and let's have a div of grid, then grid calls of 1, and when it's medium then grid calls of 2, large grid calls 4, and gap of 8 between all of them. And we are going to map the products, so products dot map in here will get the product. The type of product is going to be let's have the product first. So product card. Okay, let's head over to this and let's rename this product card, and let's pass in the product as the product and key as product.id, and this product is type of iProduct. That's it. And now inside of this product card I'm going to get the product, and the type of this product is iProduct. Perfect. And now let's head over to the UI, and we have the titles here and the product card. Looking good, right? Now we just have to use the product card here and have the details here, and that's done. So now inside of product card, I'm going to replace this with motion.dev. So let's import motion from motion frame of motion, and just going to have some animation properties. This is going to be motion.dev. This is going to be having this initial animate, transition, and exit properties. And now inside of this, we are going to have our CSS class names. Just give me a minute. Okay, so now inside of this product card, we'll have a div with a class name of group, relative, background gray of 800, border gray of I guess 700, and overflow hidden, group height full, flex call, rounded large, and shadow of large. Inside of this, what should we have is another div with a class name of relative. Then we'll give it a width of full, padding top would be 100 percentage, and background of transparent. And inside of this we am going to have my image. So let me use my image. This is the image. Let me import image from next image. Source is the product image, alternate text is the title, layout is fill, object fill contain, and class name. And now let's see here. Okay, we need to add this image source inside our next config. So let's head over to our next config, and inside of here I'm going to have images, we'll have remote patterns. Inside of that we'll have host name, and we'll get our project this thing, YouTube ecom oneentry.cloud. Copy this, and this is going to be our host name. And now if we head over to here and refresh it, we'll be able to get our images, I guess. Yeah, we do have the images. Looking good, right? So this is the accessories and hard disks that we have created. So they are here. So now what next is, let's have the title and everything of this product card. So Let's head over to product card, and I'm just going to grab some data. So after this div right here, I'm going to have another div. This is going to be a link to the product and product ID, and we'll just have a demo stars. So this is not the original thing. This is just stars. We'll have the price here, the title, and some rating. If we head over to here, images are messed up, I guess. Yeah, it's messed up. So why is that? This div is right here. Let me check. I guess I have not given flex here. So I need to give it a flex property, and still not working. So flex call, rounded large, shadow large, related with full padding top of 100%, background transparent, transition transform, duration 300. Not sure why it's happening. Let me check and I will let you know. Okay, so I have found this issue why the images were not perfect. So the spelling of relative was not correct. It's relative, and now it's looking good, right? So perfect. So this is done. Now let's have the button to add to the cart. So after that div, I'm going to have a div for add to cart button. So after this div, I'm going to have this div. We'll get the button from UI button. Class name is going to be with full. We can replace this with our theme color, background, theme, color. These are the class names, and we need to create this function handle add product to cart. So const handle add to cart equals to an async function, and we'll get the product here, which is of type I product. Done. And now we need to import the shopping cart from Lucid React. That's it. And we have this div for the animation. This div is for this animation. I'm going to refresh this page, and let's, okay, shopping cart is not defined. So shopping cart should be from Lucid React. Yeah, it should be from Lucid React. Let's reload the page. Still, shopping cart is not defined. Let me remove this and let's see. Yeah, we have it. And when we hover over this, you can see that there's a bottom line here and this animation. So this is because of that div. And I need to check why this shopping cart is not working. So shopping cart. And yeah, now we do have the shopping cart. I don't know why there was an issue. Looking good. Now when we click over this, we need to add this product to our cart. So for that, we need to set up Zustand store, and we need to add products to our store. So for that, we need to install Zustand. So if you don't know Zustand, it's a state management library. Super easy. Uh, it has great documentation and examples, so you can refer over it. So we are going to install Zustand using npm. So let's install npm Zustand. Done. And now we are going to create a stores folder. At the root, we are going to create stores folder, and inside of this we are going to create a store for cart. So cart store dot ts, and first inside of this we are going to have our cart item and state interface. So we are going to have a cart item which will have id, name, price, quantity and image. And uh, inside of cart state we are going to have the cart item array, add to cart, update quantity, remove item and clear cart. So first we are not going to have these things, we'll do whenever it's necessary. So this is the cart like storage, and this add to cart is just a function. And we are going to use a middleware using Zustand, which is persist middleware. So if I head over to the GitHub documentation, they have this persist middleware. Let me find where. Let me search this. Yeah, it's this persist middleware, which adds kind of a storage. What this will do is it will just create a local storage or anything, and store our products to the local storage. So whenever we refresh the page, the products are still maintained in our cart. So that is because of that. Now let's create our store. Const use cart store equals to create function from the stand. Let's import it manually. Import create from the stand, create from the stand, and let's use it. Create, let's pass in the cart state, and this is going to be like this, and we'll use the persist middleware. We also need to import it. Import from the stand slash middleware, and this is going to be persist. So we have this persist, and inside of this we'll get the set and get function from the stand like this. And what else? Yeah, after this we will name our storage as cart storage. And inside of this, now there's an error because we need to implement the states inside our cart. So the cart at the start, it's going to be an empty array, and we'll also create this add to cart function, which will get the new item, which is of type cart item. And what we'll be doing here is first we'll check if there is already an existing item inside of our cart. If there is an existing item, we are just going to increase its quantity. And if we don't have the item, we'll just add that product to the cart. So first we'll check if item is existing in the cart. So existing item equals to get dot cart dot find, and we'll get the item from it. And if the item dot id triple equals to new item dot id, then we'll get if the product is already inside the cart. If it's an existing item, then we'll do something to increase the quantity, or else we'll just set the state with uh, cart as state dot cart. Will just spread the cart item with the new item. And inside of this, what should we have? Is the error because of this? Yeah. Okay, it's no more. Now what we are going to do is set state as a function like this, and we'll store the cart as state.cart.map. We'll get the item, and if item.id triple equals to new item.id, if it does matches, then we'll have our new object, or we'll have the item returned. And now inside of this, what we'll do is we'll spread the item, and we'll increase the quantity by item dot quantity plus new item dot quantity, just like that. And why do we have a error here? Yeah, we need to wrap this in a parentheses. Perfect. Okay, so let me explain it. First, we are uh, we are using Zustand for state management, and it's just easier to manage state using Zustand, and it's one of the best libraries you can use. You could also use Redux or Redux Toolkit, uh, but I prefer Zustand because it's super easy. You don't have to wrap anything. You can just create your store like this and you just use it. Super easy. You get this setter and getter function to set the state and get the state. So we can get our store state using this get method, and we'll get dot cart dot find, and we are finding the product that we have to add. If that product is already inside our products, then we'll have it inside existing item, and if we do have it, then if condition will be triggered, or else we'll just add the product to our cart. And if we do have the product, this logic would find the product id and increase the quantity, or else just store the product. Just simple as that. And now I'm going to this export default cart use cart store, just like this, and we can head over to our product card, and in here inside of this handle add to cart, I'm going to use the add to cart function from our Zustand store, and to get that here we'll use add to cart here. We'll use the use cart store, make sure that you import it. We'll get the state from here, and from the state we need state dot add to cart, and let's use that function add to cart here, and we'll pass in id as product dot id, then name as product dot localized infos dot title, not this. Then we'll also use price as product dot price, then we'll use the quantity as 1, and the image is going to be product dot attribute values dot p image dot value dot download link. That's it. And after it has been added, we are going to use a toast notification here to show that it's added to cart. Description is going to be product dot attribute values dot p title dot value has been added to your cart, and the variant of this is going to be our new teal black that we created for our toast notifications. Duration is again going to be 3 seconds. So now let's try to add the product to our cart. I think we need to refresh the page. Yeah, we need to start our server again. So npm run dev, because after installing Zustand I did not start our server, and let's wait for it to load. Let's refresh it, and yeah, Let's try to add the product, and you can see that Apple iPhone 16 has been added to your cart. And now if I head over to my cart, I need to show that product and list that product. But first what I'm going to do is, if there are some products in my cart, I need to show some notification on my cart navbar icon. So for that, I will head over to the navbar, and inside of navbar, to get the cart items at the top, I'm going to use the use cart store here, get the state.cart, which will return us our cart items. And what I will do here is, just give me a minute. So remember we had the wish list here. Yeah, after this wish list we had this cart, and after this shopping cart we are going to have that cart items. So I have this cart items dot length. If it's greater than 0, then we'll have the span, and cart items dot length absolute is here, and we'll just have this class names to make it look good. Save it, and now on the navbar you can see that we have 3 items on our cart. Looking good. If I add this product to cart, now we have 4 products. 5 should be, yeah, 5, 6. And if we add additional product, then the number is not increasing because it's one and the same product. And yeah, it's working. So now let's do the cart product. So this is done, and when we click on this product, it should also take us to this product page, and this is also working. So now we need to do this cart page to list all the products from our cart. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to our code base, and we have already created this cart page. And inside of the cart page, what I want to do is first, I'll be getting our router. So it's not useful, but it's whenever we are doing the payment. So let's grab it. So const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Then we'll get our cart items equals to use cart store, get the state, and from that we'll get the cart. Then we'll get const clear cart equals to use cart store. Okay, we have not defined that, but we'll get that. And then we'll have update quantity and remove item. We'll also get the const, or we can use state snippet, and we'll have is loading, set is loading, and we'll import use state. So we are using this use state snippet for the loading, for whenever the card data is loading from local storage. And I want to head over to our navbar, and from there I'm going to copy our user state, this thing right here, because we'll be needing our user in here when we are creating the order. And then we'll also need our get user session. So let's head over to navbar again, and I'm going to copy this piece of code of fetching the user as well. You could also store this inside of your uh, Zustand store by creating a separate store for user. But I'm just getting the user data again, because if it has been changed, then it would be updated. So because of that, I'm getting that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a subtotal, which is going to be the total amount of price of all our products inside of our cart. So const subtotal, which is going to be cart items dot reduce, and in here we'll get the sum and the accumulator, which is our item, sorry, accumulator and our item. So sum plus item dot price into whatever quantity we have added inside our cart, and then the initial price would be 0. That's it. So we have a subtotal. Now we'll calculate the tax. So tax would be subtotal into 0.1. So we are assuming a 10% tax. This is just for demonstration purposes. You could have different according to you. And then we'll have total as subtotal plus tax, just like that. And now let's do the actual card stuff. So inside of this div, I'm going to give it a class name, min height of screen. Then we'll give it a background gray of 900. Then we will also give it a text gray of 100 and padding of 4, small padding of 8, small padding of 8. And inside of this, let's remove this cart and I'm going to write motion. Okay, I need to import motion first. Import motion from framer motion, and inside of this I'm going to write motion dot div, and let's give this a class name of max width of 4 xl, and we will also give it a mx of auto, and then let's give it an initial property for the animation. So initially the opacity would be 0, and for the animate the opacity would be 1, and for the transition it is going to be duration of 0.5 seconds. Now inside of this motion.div we are going to have a motion.h1, which will have your cart written, and let's copy this animation properties and let's paste them here. So opacity 0.1 and duration 0.5 is perfect, but we are going to have a delay here of 0.2 seconds, and the y is -50, and here the y is of 0. And let's give this a class name, and what should be the class name? So text 3xl and small of text 4xl, font bold, text center, margin bottom of 8, small, margin bottom of 12, background clip text, and we'll give it a text of transparent as well. And let's give it a background gradient to right, and what we will give here is, let's move to the another line, and we'll give it a from theme, custom theme color to hash 00cc, and this is hash, just like this. And let's head over to our UI. I'm going to head over to our cart page, and we need to make this a client component because we are using router here. So use client. Okay, we have this our your cart here, and you can see we have animations, and now your cart is done. What else should we have is, now we'll have is loading, and whenever it's loading we are going to have the skeletons. So for skeletons I'm going to head over to the product card or page.tsx, and what's the error here? Okay, we need to explicitly tell that there was be a string here, and from here I am going to copy this piece of code from right here and head over to our cart, and after this motion.h1, I'm going to paste it, and let's change it. Is loading is same, and this div is encapsulated by another div. So after this motion.div, and this div is going to have a class name of space y of 4, and this is going to be a motion.div, or we can do one thing. We can just bring it this properties from here to here. We'll restructure it, but we can remove this motion.div from here and this motion.div as well. And now instead of 8, we are just going to have 3 here, and this motion.div would have the key as index, then initial would be opacity of 0, and y would be of 20, and for animate opacity 1 and y would be of 0. Then exit animation is not required, but we do require a transition. So transition would have duration of 0.3, and delay would be index into 0.1. So for every index it gets multiplied, and we don't need this layout. And for the class name, we are going to keep this background gray of 800. Padding would be 4, and for small, padding would be of 6. Rounded LG would be there, shadow LG is there, and animate pulse is there. Perfect. And now inside of this, I'm going to have another div right here, which will have the class name of flex item center space x of 4. And inside of this div, I'm going to have this kind of thing. Let's paste this. Width full is not there, but width of 16 is there, height of 16 is there, background gray of 700 is there, rounded medium is there, and let's account for small screens as well. So whenever this screen size is small, width is going to be 20, and whenever the small screen is there, height is going to be of 20, and we don't need margin bottom of 4. That's it. And I'm going to remove this from here. Is it required? Yeah, I guess one of this is required. Let's copy. Yeah, I need, let's keep it for now. And now after this div, we are going to have another div with class name of flex1 and space y of 2. And inside of this div, first let me copy this div right here. Height of 4, background gray of 700, rounded with 3 by 4, and we don't need any margin bottom of 2. And we can actually copy this div, paste it, and this time this is going to be with 1 by 2, and we can remove all of this other divs, and that's done. Now let's see. Yeah, we have our animation with this square and this 2 lines of animation. So this is looking great. Now if it's not loading, then we need to show our cart items. So for that, what I'm going to do is we are going to simulate the loading effect while it's grabbing things from the cart. So after certain minutes, seconds, we are going to set the is loading to false. So use effect, and inside of this use effect, what I'm going to do is this is going to be loaded. When the component is loaded, we'll create a timer. So set timeout, and set is loading as false after 1.5 seconds. And when the component unmounts, we need to clear the timeout as well. Clear timeout, timer. That's it. And let's see. Yeah, it's just appearing for 1.5 seconds. Perfect. Now, uh, we had this is loading here. So instead of and condition, I'm going to have like this, and after ending this, I'm going to have fragments like this. And inside the fragments, first I'm going to have animate presence component. Make sure that you import it from Framer Motion. And inside of animate presence, I'm going to map my cart items. So cart items dot map will get the item and its index. And from here, I'm going to return motion dot div, and this motion dot div would have a key as item dot id. And I'm going to copy this thing from here. Let's grab the class name as well, the entire thing, and let's paste it. So initial opacity of 0, y of 20, animate opacity of 1, y of 0, and when we exit, we are going to have opacity of 0 and y of -20. This is exit. Transition is duration 0.3 and delay index into 0.1. This is going to be the same. Then background gray of 800, padding 4, small padding of 6, rounded large, shadow large. Animate pulse is not required because this is not going to animate, and margin bottom of 4 would be there, relative would be there, and overflow hidden would be there. And now inside of this motion.dev comes our things. So what I am going to do here is, let's have a div inside of this. Let's give it a class name of flex call, small flex row, then small items center, then what else, and with small space x of 4. And inside of this div will be our image component and our cart item. So I'm just going to copy and paste those stuff. So we need to import this next image. So we copied this entire div, and this is just self-explanatory, nothing special about it. And if we head over to here, so you can see that we do have all our cart items, and this is also going to be responsive. So yeah, it's responsive as well. And now what we want to do is, we want to have the quantity here, plus minus button and the delete button. So let's do that. And before doing that, I would like to do one more thing, which is we'll head over to the cart store, and we need to have all the things that we require, the things that we commented here. So update quantity, remove item, and clear cart. So let's do the update quantity first. So it's going to be super simple. So after this, we are going to have update quantity like this, and then we will have id as number, quantity as number as well. So we'll get the id which product's quantity is going to be updated. So we are just getting the id of that, and we'll just getting the quantity. So now we'll set the state, we'll get this state from state, and we are going to store the cart state as state dot cart dot map, and we'll get the item, and we'll have item dot id triple equals to id, and we'll spread the item, and quantity would be math dot max, will have 0 and quantity like this, or else we are going to just have the item. That's it. So what we are doing here is, first we are checking if the item.id triple equals to updated quantity is id. Then if it is, then we are spreading all the other items inside the object, and we are getting the quantity with math.max and 0 and quantity. Now, uh, if it doesn't find that ID, it just returns the item. That's it. So update quantity is complete. Now we need the remove item and clear cart. So I'm going to uncomment both of these, and uh, where does this, is it here or here? Yeah, it's here, I guess. And let's write remove item here, and remove item is going to be ID number, and we are just going to filter out the item. So we'll get the set method, and inside of that we'll get the state, and we are going to return the cart object as state.cart.filter, and we'll filter out the product that we want to remove. So we'll get the item and we'll check if item dot id not equals to id. So if it is, then remove the that product. That is it. And after this, we'll have the clear cart method. It's just a simple function that will set the cart object as an empty array. That's it. And what error do we have now here? Okay, it's solved. So all of the states that we require for cart is complete. So we can head over to our page.tsx of cart, and at the top, remember that I commented this clear cart, so we are going to get that. So let's uncomment this. So clear cart, use cart store, and we'll get the state, and from there state dot clear cart, then we'll have const update quantity equals to use cart store, state equals to state dot update quantity. Then we'll also get remove item. So const remove item is equals to use cart store, state is state dot remove item. That is it. And now what should we do is, let's have the controls for adding and removing the products. So remember this div we copied and paste. So after that div, we are going to have another div with class name of flex, items of center. Inside of this item center, then we'll have justify between, and we'll have small justify and small screens flex 1. And inside of this div, I'm going to have another div with flex item center space x of 2, and inside of this div I'm going to have a button that increases the quantity, not increases but decreases the quantity. So button, and button would have minus as the icon, so it's from Lucid React, and minus is going to have a class name of height of 4 and width of 4, and make sure that you import the button from components UI button as well, and we don't need the space. Now what? Now we should have an, after this button, let's grab this button, or we can just style this first. So the size of this is icon, and class name is going to be text of theme color, and border is going to be theme color, and when we hover over it we need background as theme color, and when we hover over it the text is going to be gray 900, just like this. And when we click over this we need to update the quantity. We'll pass in the item.id and the item.quantity -1. So we are decreasing here, and let's copy this, paste it, and this is going to be plus icon. Make sure that you import plus from Lucid React, and we'll increase the quantity from here. That's it. And what we are going to do here is we are going to have an input here. So input components your input, and in the input the type is going to be of number, and minimum value would be 0, and the value would be item dot quantity, and class name is going to be width of 16, background gray of 700, border gray of 600, text center, and text what was the name of that, theme color, text custom theme color. I guess this is it. And one more thing is, whenever we change this input will update the quantity. So update quantity item dot id, and will parse the int from the e dot target dot value. So e dot target dot value, and that's it. So we can increase and decrease the quantity from the input as well. So I guess that is it, and let's try to test it. So this is the component. Let's increase this. So it's increased. If I refresh the page, it's maintained. If I increase this iPhone 16 Pro natural titanium and refresh, it's being maintained, and we can also increase and decrease from here. So this is done. Now we need to remove the product from the cart. So let's do that functionality. So we just need a button to delete it. So after this div, I'm going to have another button. Inside of it, we are going to have trash 2 icon, and the class name is going to be height of 5, width of 5. Let's give this a class name. It's going to have a text red 500, then hover text red 600, hover background red 100, then rounded full, transition colors, and the duration would be 200 milliseconds, and margin left of 4. And what else should we give here is the variant of this button would be ghost, and the size is going to be of icon. And on click of this, we need to remove the product from the cart. So remove item will pass in the item dot id. That is it. And let's try it now. Let's try to delete this series 10, and you can see it's working. And we also have the exit animation here. It's going to the y minus 20, and it's deleting the product from the cart. So it's working, and you can see that the changes are here as well. So if I delete it, the 4 will become 3. Perfect. And now what we want to do is, if the cart is empty, we need to show that there is nothing in your cart. So you need to add something in your cart. So let's do that as well, and let's calculate what's the total of your order. So let's do that as well. Okay, so now let's head over to VS Code, and after this animate presence and this thing right here, I'm going to check if it's not loading, and cart items dot length is equals to 0. Then we are going to show our motion dot div for empty cart, and this motion dot div is going to have a class name which is going to be text center, and padding y of 12. Initial property is going to be opacity of 0 and y of 20. Animate property is going to be opacity of 1 and y of 0, and transition property is going to be duration duration of 0.5 seconds like that. And inside of this motion.div, first we are going to have our shopping cart h2 and p. So I'm just going to copy that code. It's nothing special. Shopping cart, import that shopping cart from Lucid React, and just simple class names. H2 that your cart is empty. P that looks like you haven't added any text, any items to your cart yet, and a button with continue shopping. And when we click on this button, we should be navigated to the home page. So here you can see the UI looks like your cart is empty. And when we click on this button, we are navigated to the home page and our products are being fetched. Perfect. Now let's add this to cart, this to the cart, head over to the cart, and we get the products, and that component is no longer here. And now let's add a new motion.div inside of this animate. After this animate presence, I'm going to add this motion.div. Actually, I'm going to copy it from here, paste it right here, and let's end this motion.div. The class name is going to be background of gray of 800, padding of 4, small, padding of 6, rounded large, shadow of large, and margin top of 8. Now this initial is 0, y is 20, opacity 1, y of 0, duration 0.5, and delay is going to be 0.3 seconds. And inside of this, we'll have our H2 first. The H2 would have order summary. After that, we'll have a div that will just display information. So a div that will display our subtotal and tax and the total. So that is it. And what else? Just give me a minute. Let me check it. So we'll end this div, and then if there is a user already logged in user, then we will show that proceed to checkout, or else we'll just show that you need to log in. So on click, we'll disable this create order and checkout. We'll get this credit card from Lucid React. So if there is a user, then we'll show proceed to checkout. If there is no user, then we will show that login to checkout. And on click of that button, will be redirected to auth page with the login form. So let's save this, and in here we see that login to checkout. And now let's log in. I am going to log in with one of my accounts, sign in, head over to cart, and you can see that we have proceed to checkout. On click of this, nothing will happen, but when we click on this, we need to connect to OneEntry, create the order, and if the order is successfully created, OneEntry will return a Stripe URL. We need to redirect to that Stripe URL, and we need to make the payment, and then Stripe would again redirect us to the success or cancel page of the order status according to that. And we need to integrate that as well. First, now what we'll be doing is we need to do the search products, or before the search products we could also do the product details page. So let's complete the search products first. It's more complicated, and details page can be completed in around 15 to 20 minutes, but let's do the searching of products first. So now let's do that. So now let's head over to VS Code, and we are going to create a new page. So inside of e-commerce, I'm going to create a new folder named as search, and inside of search, I'm going to create a new page.tsx. Let's create RFC and name this page as search. And what we are going to do here is first we'll get the search term. So use state snippet, and We'll have search term, set search term, and initially this is going to be empty. And this search term is going to be the local to the filters, but to get what product the user has actually searched from the navbar. So const params is equals to use search params, and we'll get that from URL. So const URL search term is equals to params dot get, and we'll get the search term like this. And when we get the search term, we'll just search for this products from our server action. So we need to create a server action as well. Inside the catalog, I'm going to create a new server action of search products.ts, and let's use server here. And what we'll be doing is export const search products action equals to an async arrow function. We'll have query here of type string, and we'll return it from here. Try catch error. If there's a console, then console.log error, and inside of this we'll have error searching products, and we'll display the error, and we'll throw new error to the client. So throw new error, and just a minute. Okay, so we are going to throw new error, which is going to be product search failed, and this is going to be string interpolation, and this is going to be error instance of error. Then will return error dot message, or will return unknown error. And in the try block, let's get the API client, and let's use fetch API client. And from here we are going to search the products. So for searching the products, we have this products dot search product. We need to pass the query and the language code. So let's use that. And const products equals to await API client dot products dot search product, and we'll pass in the query and the language code, which is enus, and will return the products if there are any products, or will return an empty array. So our action for searching is complete. And now let's head over to our UI, and let's use a use effect hook here. Use effect, and inside of this, what should be doing is whenever we have URL search term, and we'll have const search products equals to an async function, and if there is URL search term, will set is loading. Okay, we don't have that. Will create use state snippet of is loading and set is loading. So initially it is false, but when we are calling the API, we need to set it to true. So set is loading is to true, and we'll have const data is equals to await search products action. Make sure that you import it, and we'll pass in our search URL search term, I guess. URL search term just like this, and we'll set the products like this, and we need to set is loading to false as well. So we need to also create a product state. So use state snippet products set products, and this is going to be an empty array, and the type of this is going to be I products entity with n type of array, just like that. And while we are here, let's do one thing. Use state snippet for show filters. So show filters, set show filters. Initially, the filters would be off. And now we also need to call this search products API. And now what should we do is first, let's have a class name here with min height of screen, and then we'll have background gray of 900. Then we will also have text gray of 100 and padding of 8. And inside of this we'll have div with the class name of max width of 7xl and mx of auto. Inside of this I'm going to have motion dot dev. We need to import motion. The automatic import for framer motion doesn't works, so we need to import it. So we'll have motion dot dev here, and inside of motion dot dev, what we should do, give me a minute. So we'll have first a class name which will show flex, justify between, and item center and margin bottom of 8. And after this we'll have initial property of opacity is going to be 0. Then animate property is going to be opacity of 1. Then we'll have a transition property which is going to be of delay 0.2 seconds, and we'll give it a class name. Class name, okay, we already gave it a class name, sorry for that. And now inside of this motion of div, we are just going to have a button which will have filters and on click to show and hide the filters. So import the button from components UI button, import the filter from Lucid React, and on click set show filters, and we are just toggling the state. So if we head over to here, search for iPhone, and we need to mark this as a client component. Use client. And when we click it, the filters should show. So we are not going to do that now, but instead we are going to show the products first. So after this motion dot dev, I'm going to have another dev with flex and flex of call, large flex row, and gap of 8. And inside of that we'll have an component with animate presence, but we are not going to do anything here for now, because this would have the filters. Are going to do the filters afterwards. First let's have a layout group component. It's imported from Framer Motion. So this layout group is from Framer Motion, and it's useful when we want to do animation of the entire layout. So let's do it. And inside of this we'll have motion dot div, and let's give it a class name, and width is going to be full, and show filters, large width 3 by 4. And if it's show filters, then we'll just give it a width 3 by 4 or else nothing. And this is going to be the layout, and the transition is going to be type spring and bounce 0.2, duration of 0.6. And inside of this motion.dev we'll use animate presence, and we will have mode as wait, because we are going to use the exit animations for the skeletons. So we are going to use the loading skeletons here while the product is being searched, and we'll do something like this for now. And while it is loading, we need to show the skeletons. So we can head over to our page.tsx and again copy this motion.dev, the entire motion.dev, and replace it with this. This is going to be the same. We don't need to change anything here. And inside of this, we are going to have motion.dev again. And the key is going to be products, and initial is going to have opacity of 0, or we can just copy this from here, this entire thing, paste it here, and we need to give it a class name. So I need a dynamic class name, so I'm going to copy this, paste it. The width is not defined, so let's remove this. And grid calls of 1, medium screen grid calls of 3, and large will have grid calls, and instead of giving the number, we'll compute it according to show filters. If show filters is there, then we'll give the grid as 3, or else we need the grid as 4, and then we'll also provide a gap of 6. And we don't need this show filter, so we can remove it. And inside of this we'll have animate presence, and we'll map our filtered product. So first I'm going to map the products dot map. We'll get the product, and we'll have a motion dot div here, and inside of motion dot div I'm going to have a product card, not like this, like this, and we'll pass in our product here. And this motion.dev is going to have a key of product. Key is going to be, okay, I need to wrap this in a curly, not curly, but brackets. The key is going to be product.id, like this. And yeah, and let's give it a layout prop. And initial is going to be opacity of 0. Animate is going to be opacity of 1, and exit is going to be opacity of 0. The exit animations would also be used here. And it's saying that iProduct entity is not assignable to type iProduct. Not sure why. Uh, let's head over to product card, and I guess for now let's give this any, and that would fix the error for now. And the iPhones are here. If I have just O for the search term, then we will have all the products with O inside of that, and you can see that we have that animation here of switching the layouts. So that's a cool animation. So let's search for MacBook, and that would give us all the MacBooks. So they are here. Now what I want to do is, let's have the filters here. So whenever we click on this, we are able to see the filters bar here. So let's do that. So now let's head over to the VS Code, and now what I want to do is, as soon as I have the products, I want to set some filtering and everything. So for that, I would need to have certain states. So use state snippet, and this is for price range. So we'll have a price range slider. So we need to determine what would be the price range. So we'll have 0 to 3000 first. Then we will have selected categories. So use state snippet and selected categories and set selected categories. And this is going to be an empty array and string of empty array first, and then should we have anything more? No, that's all. And we already have the search term, so let's group this together here. Looks good. And now as soon as we have the products, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have const categories equals to a use memo function, and I need to run this as soon as I have the products, and will return array dot from new set products dot map. We'll get the product and we'll have product dot attribute set identifier like this. Okay, so now here this is not 0.3, this is 0 and 3000. And after we have got this categories, now what I want to do is we just getting the name of the categories here, nothing more. So if we have search for a like thing, then for example I'll just show you. For example, I am searching for a, then we will be having products like this MacBook. So this is computers and this is accessories. So what we will be doing here is we are just getting the name of the categories from the name of the from all the products. So we are just having a set so it doesn't repeat. So we are just getting the categories and we are creating an array from that set. Just a simple JavaScript. And now we are going to create filtered products. So const filtered products equals to use memo, and will return products dot filter, and we'll get the product inside of this, and then we'll have it. But I need to change this. Whenever the search term is changed, the price range is changed, the selected categories is changed, and whenever we do have the products. So I need to change this accordingly. And inside of this return, I'm going to have const matches search equals to product dot attribute values, and we'll have p title dot value, and we'll have two lowercase like this, and if it includes the search term dot two lowercase. So we'll just check if the title of the products has the search term, then we will have const matches search, and then we'll also have matches price. So on a single product, multiple filters are going to be there. So we'll have product dot price, which is going to be greater than or equal to price range of 0 and end, and and product dot price less than equals to price range of 1. So what we are doing here is our current product price should be greater than this starting value, and it should be less than this price range. So we are checking if it matches the price. First we are checking for search. So the search, if there is a search product, and if it filters out, and we'll check if the it matches search, and then it matches price, and then we'll also have the filter for category. So we'll have matches category, then equals to selected categories dot length triple equals to 0, or we'll have selected categories dot includes product dot attribute set identifier, like this. So we'll get to know if it matches the categories, and what else, will return from here that matches search, and matches price, and matches category. So we are just filtering the products, and if everything is true, true is returned. If one of them is false, then false would be returned, and the product would be filtered out. So inside of here, instead of mapping the products, we are going to map the filtered products here. That's it. And now remember this animate presence that we had. So we are going to have the filters inside of it. So I'm going to now have the show filters inside of this. So if the show filters is true, then we need to have a motion.dev, and inside of this we'll have initial property of opacity of 0, and x is minus 100, and after this we'll have animate property, which will have opacity of 1 and x of 0. After this we'll have exit property. So whenever the filters opens and closes, we need to have the animation. So x would be minus 100, and after this let's give this a class name as well. So class name is going to be width of full. Large width is 1 by 4, and background gray of 800, then padding of 6, rounded large, and shadow of large. And inside of this we'll have flex, justify between, item center, margin bottom of 4, and inside of this we'll have an h2 which will have filters written inside of it, and we'll also give this a class name of text2xl, text2xl, font semi bold. Text of what it should be is text theme color, yeah, custom theme color. And now let's check the UI, and perfect. So when we close this, we have the animation. When we open it, we have the animation. Now let's have our filters inside of it. So we have written the filters, and then we have the button to just remove all the filters. So after this h2, I'm going to have this button which will have a x icon, and on click of this we'll just set show filters and close it. So I guess we can remove this variant of ghost and close it like this. Perfect. So it's here. Now let's do the searching of the product. So after this button, we'll close this div, we'll have another div of space of y of 6, and inside of this I'm going to have another div with no class name, and we will be using label from our components, and it's not a self-closing tag. We'll have label. The label is going to have certain class name, which is text large, text gray 300, and inside of this we are going to have search, and yeah, this is the label. And after this, we'll have a div with relative class name and margin top of 2. And inside of this, I will have my input with a search icon. So I'm just going to paste that input. I'm going to import from components UI input, and we'll also get the search. Is the search already here? Okay, I guess we have already named this component as search. So let's name this as search page. And now we'll be able to import this search component from Lucid React. And these are the input with ID search, type text, placeholder, value as the search term, set search term on change, and a search icon. So what we will do is, this is already a search product, but we also want to search the products from the filtered products. So for example, I only want iPhones from all of this product. So I'm gonna click iPhone, and we'll have all the iPhones. And if I clear this and just have or let's select, for example, I would like to search for PS5. So I will search for PlayStation, and I have PlayStation. Perfect. And I also have the animations here. So looking good, right? Now, after this, we are going to use a new component from ShadCN, which is going to be slider component. So this is the slider. We are going to use this slider component. So let's install this component, copy the npm, and I'm going to paste it. Let's wait for this to get installed. I'm going to start my component, not component, but my app. Okay, so now what should we do is, after ending this two divs, I will have another div, and will again have a label. I'm going to copy this label, paste it over here, and instead of search, this is going to be having price range, and then we'll have a slider component and a div for the slider values. So after this, the slider component, make sure that you import from components UI slider, 0, 3000, step of 1, price range, set price range, and price range of 0 and price range of 1. Now, let's see that in action. Going to refresh the page. Not working. Yeah, they are here. And I'm going to show the filters now. And this search icon is not at the perfect position. We need to fix that. And this is the slider. Products are filtered accordingly. If the prices is higher than $1,000, then all the products that has more than $1,000 are here. And let's search, like, I only want MacBook from this. So that is also working. So our both two filters are working. Now let's do the category filters. And for that, let's head over to our code, and after this div and this div, we'll have another div, and let's copy this component of label and change this price range to categories. And after this, I'm going to map the categories. So I'm just going to grab my stuff, not going to waste the time in that. So div categories.map will get the checkbox. So I need to install the checkbox component from ShadCN as well. So let's head over to checkbox here, copy this npm, paste it. Let's try to install it. Let's run our server, and we'll import that checkbox component from UI checkbox, and ID is category. Checked status is selected categories dot includes. On check change, we'll just have the selected categories setted, and then we'll have the label for categories. That's it. And I am going to show filters again, and I need to refresh the page. And we have all of this categories. So what I am going to do is, let's select the variables only. So we'll just have the watches, and if we select accessories, then we also only have the accessories. And let's test for multiple filters. So we have smartphones and accessories, and from this we only need the pro models. Pro, and again I only want the price which is higher than 1600. So let's select 1600 here, and yeah, all of the filters are working. So this is complete. We just need to fix this search icon. I don't know why this is rotating at another place. So search, and okay, I've messed the relative spelling again. Relative, and yeah, the search is here. Perfect. So our filters are also complete now, and our search page is complete now. When we click on this, we need to fetch the product details from one entry and show it here, and we also need to fetch the related products. So let's do that. Okay, so now for fetching the product details, we are going to use the get product by ID. So let's search for get product by ID. So we are going to use this. We have to pass in the ID of the product and the language in which we want the response. So we are going to use products.get product by ID. So we need to create a new server action inside of catalog here. I'm going to create a new file which is get product details.ts, and first make sure that you don't forget the use server, and then we'll have export const get product details equals to an async function, and product ID which is going to be of number, and we'll just first get the API client, and await fetch API client. And if we don't have product ID, then we are going to throw new error of product ID is required, like this. And now let's use a try catch block. So try catch error, and console dot error failed to fetch products, and will pass in fail to fetch the products, and will pass in the error. We should have a comma here, and will also throw new error that failed to fetch product, and inside the try block we'll just get the product. So product equals to await API client dot products dot get product by ID. Will get the product ID, and will pass in en us. That's it, and will return the product. Return product. That's it. And now inside of e-commerce, I'm going to create a new folder named as product, and I'm going to create product bracket and product ID, like this, and inside of it we'll have our page.tsx. Let's write rfce. This is going to be product details page, and inside of it we'll get the params from here, params, and inside of params we'll have product ID, and the types of product ID is going to be of string. So what we did here is we created a folder named as product, and inside of that we created a dynamic route that this product ID would be the route like product slash 10 15 or anything, and that would be the product ID. And to get this, Next.js automatically injects that inside the props of this component inside the parents, and we can get the product ID from the parents, and we just gave the type of it. And now what we will be doing is I'm going to just have some states and some toast notifications and the things that I require. So I'll explain you why we are using this. Let me import all of these things first. Yeah, so we have a state for products, state for related products. So product would have all the details for product, related products would have details for related products. We'll get to know if the component is loading, if the API is still being called with this is loading. Router is just for heading back or heading to the cart page whenever we want to change the page. Then add to cart would just add the product to the cart, and toast notifications for just showing toast notifications. And actually we can copy this handle add to cart from product cart.tsx, and from here I'm going to copy this handle add to cart and paste it, and it's one and the same, no difference. And I can actually do one thing. Inside handle add to cart, I can just remove this product because there is going to be a single product. So if there is a product, then we need to have this toast and add to cart like this. And now what I'm going to do is, if it is loading, which is going to be true because the component is loading at the first time, I'm going to have a loading div. So return a div like this, and we need to import motion from framer motion, import motion from framer motion. And here I would just gave a div and motion.div. The animate property, it should rotate. Transition is duration 1, repeat infinity, and is in linear. And this is just a class name for a circular thing to have denote that it's an loader, just like that. And if I head over to my component and I need to make this a use client and make this a client component, you can see that we are loading it for infinitely. But to fix this, we would have to fetch the data and store the product. So let's create a use effect hook, use a use effect hook as soon as we have the product ID, and let's create const fetch data equals to async function. And if we have the product ID, then we are going to fetch the data. And inside of this, let's create a try catch error and a finally block. And inside the finally block, it would just set is loading to false, whatever would be the result. So const product data is going to be await get product details, and will parse the int will parse int the product ID. So what we'll be doing here is the product ID would be in a string format from the URL. So we need to send and integer. So we are just passing it, and we are calling our server action, and we will set product as the product data, just like that. And after this, we want to get the related products, but we are not going to do the related products now. I'm just going to uh, first have our product. So let's refresh this, and yeah, we should have product details here because it's loaded. So now inside of this here, I'm going to give it a class name of min height of screen, and background gray of 900. After that, I will give it a text gray of 100. Inside of this, I'm going to use a main tag, give it a class name of container, mx of auto, padding x of 4, padding y of 8. And inside of this, I'm going to use a motion.button, and let's give this a class name, margin bottom of 8, flex, item center, text is going to be the theme color, and hover text is going to be hash 00cc. Let's give it transition colors and duration 300. That's it. And inside of this motion dot button, we are going to have arrow left, and we'll just have a back text, and let's give this a class name as well. Class name, margin right of 2, height of 5, width of 5, and that's it. But we need to give some props here as well. So on click property, when we click over this button, we'll have router dot push, and not push, but let's head backwards. After this, we'll have initial prop. So initially opacity would be 0, x would be -20, and let's copy this, paste it, and the animate property, opacity would be 1 and x would be 0, and transition property would be duration of 0.5 seconds. That is it. And if we head over to UI, we have this back button, and it's heading to the previous route. So that's working. And our application is really coming to life now. There are only few things that we have to do. So let's get it wrapped up. And after this motion dot button, we'll have motion dot not monitor, motion dot div. Let's close this motion dot div, and inside of this we are going to have a class name of grid, medium, grid calls of 2, gap of 8, like this. And I'm going to copy this from here, paste it here, and the initial opacity would be 0. X is going to be not x, but we are going to use the y, and y here as well. So y is going to be 20 and y is 0 here. Duration is 0.5. That's it. And inside of this, we'll have relative, not spelling the misspelling the relative, it's correct. And we'll have aspect of square, overflow hidden, and rounded of large. And inside of this, we'll have image with next image. We'll have class name as transition transform, duration 300, and hover is going to be scale 1:10. And have we imported the next image? Yeah, we imported it, but we need to pass in the source property. So source would be product dot, let me just copy it. It's a big name. So let me clear this out, enter. And we have the source product attribute values, p image value, download link. Alternative text would be product.name. Layout is fill, object fill is contain. Let's save this, and we have the image here looking good, right? And after this we'll complete this div, and what else is, we'll have another div with space y of 6, and inside of it let's first grab the h1 tag, and inside of that we'll have product.attribute values p title value, and then we'll have the rating star. So it's basic JavaScript. So we'll have an array with 5 values, and then map it. We'll have the stars here, and we are just filling it with text yellow and text gray, and we are just writing text 4.5 stars, and after that we want to have the price. So after this div we are going to have this p tag with product.attribute values p price value dot to fixed and to. Now for the description we are going to do things differently. This is going to be a self-closing tag. So we'll give it a class name of text gray 400, not too gray, but text gray 400. And we are going to set dangerously set inner HTML because the value of this is in HTML. So dangerously set inner HTML underscore underscore HTML, and we'll just set the HTML. Let me grab it. Let me show you what is the type of product data inside of this. So console log product data. Let's head over to my browser, inspect console. Let me reload the page. We got the product data. So inside product data, we have this localized info, which will have the title, and attribute values, which will have all the details, and the description inside of it will have the value like this array and HTML value. This is actually an HTML tag. So inside of our OneEntry CMS, let me log in real quick. Okay, I've been logged in, and if we head over to the catalog and head over to any of the product, edit and attributes, you can see that we have this description here. So you can actually use markdown and everything, so it would just be like an HTML format. So you can do that, and for that reason, because this is HTML, and by the way this is also responsive, this is nicely done. And because we have that where it is, yeah, because we have HTML, so we have to use dangerously set inner HTML and the HTML value and the HTML value here. So that is done. Now we will have a div to add the product to the cart, and that will just complete this component. So we need to import buttons from component, this shopping cart, and the heart icon. And this is just simple stuff that we have been doing all along. So adding the product to cart and the heart icon, perfect. And if I add to cart, the product has been added to the cart, and if we head over to the cart, we could have the Apple Watch Titanium. Yeah, it's here. So let's head back. And now let's fetch the related products to this product. So let's complete that. Okay, so now let's head over to our catalog, and I'm going to create a new server action, which is get related products.ts, and inside of this we'll just get related products. So use server and export const get related products equals to async function with page id, number, product ID as number as well, and this is a comma right here. And first we'll have const API client equals to await fetch API client, and then if we don't have a page ID, then we'll throw a new error that product ID is required to fetch related uh, products, not products, but not product ID, but page ID. And what we will be doing inside of this is, let's have a try catch block. Let's return the error first, and let's wrap that catch block. Nothing special here. And in here, we'll first get the products by their page ID. So const products equals to await API client dot products dot get products by page ID, and we'll pass in the page ID, and we'll pass in undefined, and we'll pass in the language, which is enus, and the limit. So why we are limiting it to 5 products, I'm just going to explain. Now let me write the code first. Related products, not get related products, but this is going to be related products. So uh, every page has a unique ID. Every product has a page ID. For example, this product has the page ID as smart watches. So what we are doing is, we are getting the products by page ID. So we want to get uh, smart watches products, and we are limiting it to 5. So we are just going to show the related products, 4 related products in our grid. So this could also fetch the product which we are currently seeing. So we don't want to do that, so we are just having limit as 5. So if we get a product that is already being displayed, so because of that we are passing this product ID, and if it is already being displayed, then we don't want that product in our grid, and we are just going to skip it and get the other product. So the logic for that is, what we will do is, we'll have a for loop here. We'll start with 0 while I is less than products dot total, and I plus plus, and in here, if related products dot length is less than 4, then where is the related products? Okay, we need to define this before this. So, and also semicolon here, if it is less than 4, and if products dot items of I dot id not equal product id. If this product is not equals to our product which we are currently seeing, then we need to push that product in our related products dot push, and product dot items of I. So items of I, like this. So after this we'll have an else block. So after this we'll have an else block that will just break the loop. So what we'll be doing here is, if the related product length, so our selected related products length is less than 4, then do this, or else just break the loop, because we have the 4 products that we need, and it will check inside of this loop if condition again, that if that product's ID is equal to the product ID which we are currently seeing, then skip that. And if it's not equal to that, then we need to push it to our related products, and as simple as that, and we'll just return the related products from here. Done. And on the page.tsx of our product.id, on the use effect, after getting our product, we are going to get our related products. So for that, what should we do is, yeah, after we set the product, we'll get the related product. So const related products data equals to await get related products, and inside of this we'll just parse it and pass in the page id. So parse int, and to get the page id, we can get the page id from just opening my console, and this object we have the page id here. So this is the page id attribute identifier, or we can have product pages, and inside of that, okay, so this is the this is not an id, this is the name, but we need this product pages and this id, zeroth id, page id, sorry, page id. It's little bit confusing, but we need the products page id, so this id, and this will fetch all the products which are inside of this page. So we are going to pass int, and we'll get the product data, and inside of that we'll have product pages. From that, from the zeroth element, we need the page id, and we will also require our product id. So I'm going to pass it with parseInt, and there's an error that we need to ignore with tsignore. Done. And after getting the related products, we are going to set related products as related products, and at the end of the page, after our this motion.dev, we are going to have the related products. So I'm just going to paste it, related products, motion.section, margin top, animation, and import the product catalog. The title is related products, and we'll pass in the products, and it will just have the products there. Let's refresh the page. Should work. Okay, it's not working. I'm not sure why. Let's head over to our get related products, and let's console the related products, and I'm going to refresh the page. We are getting the related products, so we got two related products, so this is perfect. And if we head over to our page.tsx, if the related products dot length is greater than 0, then we want to map it. So are we setting the related products in the use effect, set related products? And okay, so we need to store this set related products data. So that might be the issue. And yeah, we have the related products of this product, so this is looking perfect. We can also add this to cart, and if we head back and select another product, for example this MacBook, then we'll have all the other laptops. Perfect. So that's looking good, and it's working. If we select this, then the related products are here. So related products is also complete. Now what we want to do next is we want to create when we head over to our cart, when we do checkout, and if it's successful or it's cancelled, then we need to show some pages. So let's do the UI for that. It's just static pages with some animation, so I'm just going to copy and paste them so we don't waste more time. So now let's head over to the VS Code, and inside the app, I'm going to create a new folder which is success, and inside of success, I'm going to create a new file which is page.tsx, and I'm going to create one more folder. So this success should be inside of e-commerce, and inside of e-commerce, I'm going to create a cancel. Okay, this success and cancel is inside orders page, orders, and cancel should be inside orders, and success should be inside orders. So inside orders we have success, cancel, and we'll have page.tsx for that, and the orders page would also have a page.tsx. So we'll get the order details there. So RFC, so this is going to be the cancel page, and this is going to be the success page. So let's head to the cancel, and I'm going to paste my component here, and I'm going to show you. This is just imports. Whenever the order is cancelled, we'll have this motion.dev. You just have to copy and paste it. I'll just scroll it down. Also, you can get this component from our GitHub repo. And now let's do the success page. Success page is also kind of the same. Done. So these pages are complete. And if we head over to the UI, head over to the orders, and let's head over to success, and you can see that we have this order successful. And if we click on continue shopping, then we are here. And if we head over to cancel, then we have this kind of page that order is cancelled. Just simple as that, nothing more. So whenever the order is cancelled or the status as success, we just want to show those routes. And now let's set up our payment and orders and everything on OneEntry. So let's do that. So now I am at my OneEntry CMS, and now uh, we need to do several things here for storing the orders and payments and everything. So now first let's head over to the payments, and inside the payments, let's head over to the account for not account but settings. But now you need to connect your Stripe with the OneEntry payments. It's a simple and sophisticated process that you have to follow. 4 to 5 pages. Just fill in some random details, and it will just connect with OneEntry. And then we need to have this success URL here. So this is for my deployed app. I'm going to change this to localhost 3000 slash orders slash success, and we'll remove this HTTPS, and I'm going to copy this, paste it again, and this is for success URL, and this is for cancel URL. So whenever the order is successfully completed, we want to the Stripe payment to redirect to this success page, and whenever it is cancelled, we need to redirect it to this cancel page. And after you have connected your Stripe, we need to create a new Stripe account with this marker. So you can just create it, or I can just show you that it's one and the same. Select Stripe, and type would be as Stripe, and the marker would be Stripe payment. Actually, let me do it again. So this is going to be Stripe live, and the type of this field is going to be Stripe, and the marker is going to be Stripe live, like this, Stripe live. And I'm not able to add this. I'm not sure why. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, now let me do it. This name is going to be Stripe live. This is Stripe. And okay, So payment account with this type already exists, so I cannot do that. So I have to just use that. So you just have to name it Stripe. The marker is going to be Stripe payment and the type is Stripe, just that. Now these are all my past orders, and now I'm going to create a new form for my orders. So inside the form, I've already created this order form, but let's create a new form. The name of the form would be order form live, and the marker would be order form live. Let's add that form, and now let's edit the form. And the name of this form is order form live. This is not required. Markers is orders form live, and inside the form fields, the type of this is going to be order form because this is for order, and we need to associate a set of attributes with this order. So we are going to select user login live here because we need to know which user has actually ordered this product. So we are going to use our user login live set of attributes. So we will need the email and password inside of it. Password is not required, but we are just using user login live form attribute. So it will have the email and thing. And make sure that you follow the exit process, or else there would be some issues in the settings. No, we don't have to do anything. So that's done. And now in the orders, we are going to create a new order storage. So the name is going to be orders live, and the type is going to be for order, and the marker would be order live, or we can have orders live. Add that, and let's edit this. Inside of this, you have to head over to the settings, and the name is orders live, marker is order live, and from here we need to select a form. So we have already created this live form, so we are going to associate this with order form live, and selection of payment accounts would be for Stripe. Done, our form is now valid. And that's all the process you have to follow for enabling payments and the order. And now we are going to have some status of the orders. So for the status, uh, I'm just going to refer the status from my this order statuses. So we have this processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So uh, processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So let's head over to orders live, order statuses. Let's have processing, marker is processing, add, and okay, I guess because the marker processing is already used, I cannot use it. So let's use processing, and we'll have processing live here, add, and it's added, and let's edit it and make this as default status. So whenever any order is placed, we need to make the order should have an order status. So we need to do this step, or your order might fail. So the processing then will have the delivered status. Just let me check real quick what other uh, statuses did we had. Just a minute. Okay, so then we will have the shipped status. So shipped, and this is going to be shipped live. Add it. Now we'll have delivered, and we'll have delivered live as the marker, and then we'll have cancelled. Marker would be cancelled live, and add. And I guess that is it. Now we'll be able to place the orders, and all the order details would be inside of this. So uh, the setup with one entry is complete. Now let's do the setup in our code. Okay, so now let's head over to our VS Code, And what I'm going to do is let's create a new folder inside of server actions, which is orders. And we are going to create a new file, which is create order.ts. And inside of create order.ts, we need to create a server action to create the order. So use server, and we'll export default async function of create order, export default async function create order, and we'll get the order data, which is of type I order data. It should be imported from OneEntry, and this will return a promise of type string like this, and promise of type string, that's it. And now inside of this, let's get our API client. So API client, fetch API client, and then if there is no API client, we'll just throw new error that unable to retrieve API instance. And now let's have the access token. So const access token, because we are creating the order, we need to have the access token. So cookies dot get, and we'll get the access token from our cookies. So access token, and we'll get the value of access token. And if there is no access token, then we cannot create the order. So we'll throw new error that missing access token, and we'll have a try block here. That would be create orders, and then for the payment. So I'm going to show you from here. Let me just close all of this. And now inside of orders, we'll be having create order, where it's it. Yeah, we'll first create the order, then we'll have the payments for that. So first we'll create the order. We need to provide this kind of data to our form, not the form, but create order function. So if there is no access token, return this. Now inside of try block, we are going to create the order. So const created order is going to be await API client dot orders dot set access token. So we are setting the access token for the user. So we'll be able to know that which user created this order, and then we'll are going to create the order. We'll pass in orders form, which is orders live in my case, and we'll pass in the order data just like this. And let's have a catch block as well, so this doesn't show us an error. And what's the error? Cannot find. Okay, the name is error like this. And now after our order is created, we'll check if created order doesn't have any ID. So if the created order does not have a ID, then we'll throw a new error that order creation was unsuccessful. And if we do have the order ID, then it's created, and now we need to create a payment session. So I am just going to close this, and inside the payments we have this create session. So we are going to create a session for this order ID, and the type is going to be the session, and it would return something like this and the payment URL. So we are interested in this payment URL, so let's use that. Now after this, I'm going to have const payment session equals to await API client dot payments dot set access token, and we'll pass in the access token again, and we'll create the session, and we'll pass in the created order ID, and we will also pass the session here like this, and we'll check if the payment URL is not there. Then if there is no payment URL, then we'll say that it failed to generate the payment session, or else we will just redirect the user to payment session dot payment URL like that, and redirect. Okay, redirect should be from next navigation like this, and our create order server action is complete. Now we need to head over to our cart page. Inside of our cart page, we need to have this create order and checkout. So we need to enable this, and let's create this function create order and checkout. So in here, after this, I'm going to have const create order and checkout equals to an async function. And now let's grab the data, which is I order data, and we can find this I order data from OneEntry. I think I need to reload my window because it's not loading perfectly. So now let's grab I order data from OneEntry, and this is an object, and first we'll give it a form data, which is going to be an empty, or you can just head over to orders here again, and in here we had this create order, and you can copy this from here and just change it accordingly. So we need to pass form identifier, payment account identifier, form data, and products. So form data is empty in our case. Form identifier is going to be order form live. So let me check what form did we have. So order form live is order form live, perfect, and our form identifier is here. Then payment account identifier is going to be Stripe payment, I guess. So I only had one account, which is Stripe payment, because I was not able to create the account because we cannot duplicate the payment gateway. So Stripe payment would be my payment account identifier, and I'm going to pass in the products from cart items dot map. And if you check out this, we need to pass in the product object. This is an array of objects, so we have to pass in product ID and quantity, so we can pass as many products and quantity as we like. So inside of this map, I'll get the item, and then I will return an object like this of product ID, which is going to be item.id, and quantity is going to be item.quantity. That is it. And after this, we are going to have await create await create order, and we'll get the URL from it, because we don't want to redirect it from our server action. Instead, we are just going to return this because the reason is we need to clear our cart as well. So if this was successful, we'll get the URL, and first we need to pass the form data, this data, and after this action is successfully completed, we need to clear our cart, and after the cart is cleared, we are going to change our router to this URL which is returned. And now let's try to test it if it works. I'm going to head over to my cart. I'm already logged in. Make sure that you are logged in. And the price, the subtotal is 4457. Proceed to checkout. And voila, it is working. So this is 4457, and you can also see the products that we are having here. So it's here, and just give me a moment. I can also show you this order on my Stripe account. Okay, so this is my Stripe account, but there's not the order here, but I need to successfully create this order. So for the card information, you can head over to docs.stripe.com/testing and you can copy any of their cards from here. So let's use one of their card here, and we'll have a future date demo here, and just pay with this. Okay, the card is not supported. So I guess we can just copy the Visa card, paste it here, pay, and successful. And we are at our success page. So our order was successful. And if I head over to OneEntry orders and head over to orders live, then we have this order with the products that we have ordered, the prices here, status is processing, and if we head over to the payments, then we should have that as well. This order is just right now created, and if I head over to the transactions and if I refresh this, I should have a, yeah, now this is 7 and this is 4457, and you can see that our products are also here at the Stripe. So this is working, and now let me show you a case where our payment gets failed, and you can see that cart is also cleared. So now let's add a product to the cart. I'm going to add PS5, head out to the cart and proceed to checkout. And now if I cancel the payment, then we are at the cancel URL. So that is working as well. So this process is completed, creation of order, handling Stripe and payments and everything. So that is complete. And now if I head over to the CMS, OneEntry CMS, head over to the orders and head over to the orders live, I have my order data, and you can see here that I need to change the status. So we already created the order statuses, and by default the order status is processing, but let's change this to shipped and this as to cancelled. uh, the UI is not working. No worries, it's because of my screen. Let's change this to shipped. Okay, that's done. And you can also see the user which has ordered this uh, thing, and let's see if the form has any data. Order form live. No, the form is not having any data. So we have all the orders here. Perfect. So it's done. And now what next I want to do is, let's create the orders page and the profile page, and all of the other setup is complete now. And to get all the orders, we need to create a server action first. So now let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to VS Code, and inside of this orders, we have this page.tsx already created. And what I am going to do here is, let's make this component as use client. Let's create RFC my orders page. And what else should we do here is, we'll first fetch the orders. So use state snippet will get the orders and set the orders, and this is going to be having items as an empty array and total as 0. And make sure that you import use state, and the type of this use state is going to be I order, and the I order type interface, uh, let me just copy that real quick. So this is I order. Would have order item and it has product. This is the product. Then that's done. And we also need some order status icons. So this is order status icons. So get the package from Lucid React, truck flow from Lucid React, check circle from Lucid React, and alert circle from Lucid React. And we'll also have a loading state. So use state snippet to check is loading and set is loading. So initially it is loading, and we'll also get router. So const router is equals to use router. That is it. Now we need to fetch our orders. So for that, we need to create a new server action which is going to be named as get orders. So inside of this orders, going to create a new file, get orders dot ts, and I'm going to get the orders now. So first use server, and inside of this export const get orders equals to async function, and we'll have a try and a catch block. The error inside of catch block would be just console.log error, and inside the try block I'm going to have const API client is equals to await fetch API client, and then we'll get the access token. So let's get the access token from here, copy, paste. We got the access token. Let's import cookies, and let's have this if not access token here as well. Save it, and now we'll get the orders. So const orders equals to await API client dot orders dot set access token. So we also need to set access token because we need to know which orders has been created by this user. So we'll have get order all orders by marker, which is going to be orders slash live, and we will get the orders, and we are going to return the orders like this. And if we head over to our page.tsx again, and I'm just going to copy my use effect here because the tutorial is much longer and I don't want to have it. So we are importing use effect get orders, and let's remove this console. We are just setting the orders in a reverse manner, so it should be in descending order. And then we will have our component. So uh, this div should have this class names, and inside of this we'll have motion.div. So let's import framer motion from framer motion. So import motion from framer motion like this, and now let's use the motion dot div and motion dot h1. So inside of this I'm going to use a motion dot div, and let's end this motion dot div like this. So this is motion dot div, and inside of that we have motion.h1, which is just a text of my orders. If we head over to the orders page, okay, use router is not defined, so we need to get use router from next navigation, and we have my orders. Perfect. And now after this, we are just going to simulate the loading effect of the orders. So let me do that real quick. After this, going to have this kind of thing. So just array and some skeleton data. So if I head over, refresh it, we have the skeleton, and as soon as the data was loaded, it just disappeared. So now I'm also going to paste in my this component, which is going to have animate presence, and it will map the orders items, then some animation, then we'll get the badge, and we need to install the badge component and the accordion component as well. So npm install, not npm install, but let's use ShadCN, add badge and accordion component. Wait for it to get installed. Done. Now let's import those components. So badge, import from that, and let's import accordion from components, accordion item from components, and accordion trigger and content as well. Now we'll just remove this, and we have the error, but let's do one thing for now. Let's head over to next config dot here, and we'll have TypeScript and build ts ignore build errors as true, and let's do the same for ESLint. So ESLint ignore build errors as true for now, and let's head over to page.tsx, and we can ignore this error now. And we are just having the badge with order status, and order status identifier is already at the top order status icons. Do we need any other function? No, that's not needed. After that, we are having an accordion to map the product's data, and we need a button from components UI button. That's it. Save this, and if I refresh my component, the page, we would be able to see the orders now. Perfect, we are able to see the orders, and we need to change this status to the live as well. So this is going to be processing live. Okay, so this is processing live, and this is going to be shipped live. This is going to be delivered live. This is going to be cancelled live. Save it. And yeah, now we have the actions, and you just have to remove this live in your version, so that would work. And if I head over to CMS, and if I change the status to delivered, refresh the app, you can see that delivered live. So this is working. Our orders page is also complete, and let's real quick do the profile page and wrap this application. So now let's head over to our VS Code, and I'm going to create a new folder inside our e-commerce. So new folder, which is profile, and inside of profile I'm going to create a page.tsx, and now I'm just going to copy and paste my profile component. We are not going to create any server action here, and I'm going to explain you everything. So these are imports, these are user stats. This is the actual profile page. We'll get the user and we'll get the stats and store it in the state. If it's loading, then we'll have use state true, and after certain time we are just removing the use state. And first we'll get the user session and set the user data, then we'll get the orders, and from the orders we'll just calculate this lifetime orders, lifetime spent, yearly orders, yearly spent, monthly orders, and monthly spent. So this is self-explanatory code, and we are just setting it again, and now we are just mapping those data to the component. So let me show you the component from top again, and you can just copy it. Done. So now let's head over to the UI and let's head over to the profile. And now we have the profile and our lifetime orders, lifetime spent, and this year details. So this is done, and our application with this is complete. This was a pretty long application, and the application was completed very fastly because of OneEntry Headless CMS. So make sure that you try OneEntry Headless CMS. Okay, so now our project is successfully completed, and now I would like to deploy this project on Vercel. And to do that, first we need to test if our application is successfully building on our local, and then we'll try to deploy it. So now I'm going to first head over to our nextconfig.mjs file, and inside of this I'm going to have ESLint property, and inside of that we would have ignore during builds true, and then we'll use an experimental flag, and inside of this I'm going to have missing suspense without CSR bailout as false. So we are doing this because in one of the files we have used search params, and uh, uh, if we use that we have some errors with building the application. I'm not sure why, so I'm just doing this. It's in the documentation, and then I will try to run build npm run build, and now I guess it would be built. Yeah, it's done. So now I want to deploy it to Vercel. So I'm going to deploy it using the Vercel CLI. So Vercel CLI, and you need to install Vercel CLI using this command, and you need to install the latest version, and after installing you need to authenticate using Vercel. So the process would be written there, and you just connect your account with Vercel, and then you need to build your project and deploy it to Vercel. So we are going to do it by Vercel deploy hyphen hyphen prod to deploy it on production, and set up and deploy this project. Yes, yes, on my projects. So I've already deployed it once, so it's asking me to link it, but I'm not going to link it. and link to a different existing project. No. And what's your project name? So this project name is going to be ecom dash YouTube, just like that. And the project is located at dot slash location. It's setting up my project. And no, I don't want to modify the build, development, install and output command. So I'll just hit enter, and now it would deploy my project. Now let's wait for this, and if you want to inspect what's going on, then you can click on this link and open up your Vercel account, and you can see the build logs from here. So you can see what's exactly going on in the background. You can have the build logs here. Let's wait for this to get completed. And it's done. Our app is successfully deployed, and if I head over to this URL from here, you can see our one entry application and we are getting the products and everything. So this is complete. One more thing that we want to do is I want to copy this URL, head over to our payments and head over to our settings, and in here we need to change the success URL and cancel URL after you have deployed. So change this to your deployed version slash order slash success, and I'm going to change the cancel as well. So that's done, and now let's try this e-commerce project, and let's try to have a order. So sign up. Okay, there was an error. Yeah, my password was not correct. And now what should we do is let's head over to add to cart, head over to our cart. I'm going to create the payment for this, and yeah, we are at the Stripe. Let's use email and one of the Stripe card number, pay, and done. It's working. We are redirected to a Vercel deployed app. And if I head over to orders, I have my order of iPhone. Yeah, that is working. So our app is successfully completed and deployed. So hope you have enjoyed this build, and make sure that you check out OneEntry, and please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, like this video, share it, and if you have any questions, you can ask me on comment sections. And if you need any kind of build, just let me know in the comment section, and make sure that you join Discord server as well for the updates. And that's me, Kishan Sheth, signing out. See you next time.